How's that, Norm?
That's good. Shots fired.
Good evening. Welcome to our first meeting of 2020, this 7th day of January. Happy New Year to everyone. Happy New Year. Before we have public comment, we're going to begin by the swearing in of new Yarmouth Police Department sergeants and lieutenants. And I will now give the floor to our chief, Frank Frederickson.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, can we start with the pledge, please?
Sorry. Start with the pledge. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. I'm sorry about that. That's the second time Tracy's reminded me since I've been chairman. I guess the next time is the third strike. Chief.
Good evening, everybody. It's, again, a pleasure to be here for some positive news tonight. Exciting times as we watch the future develop right before our eyes. Quite proud of this. We have some big shoes to fill on some of our departures, but I'm telling you right now, we are blessed as a town to have the staff that we have from top to bottom, and no matter which way you look at it. So tonight is a new beginning. We're going to start off by, we're not doing a swearing in, we're doing a pinning. We're going to announce our promotions. And okay. Someone's not happy with that, I guess. So we're going to start.
I think that one got bypassed.
Okay. Oh, boy. No comment. We're going to start with Lieutenant Cal Bogdan. Lieutenant Bogdan graduated from Westfield State University in 1995 with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. He had previously served as an auxiliary officer in Wenham Police Department from 1993 to 95. He moved to Tampa, Florida, and completed the Florida Law Enforcement Academy in 1996 and was employed as a patrolman at the University of South Florida from 97 to 99. He returned to Massachusetts and served as a patrolman for the Essex Police Department from 1999 to 2000. Lieutenant Bogdan was hired by the Yarmouth Police Department in July of 2000 and served as a patrolman until 2011. Lieutenant Bogdan was promoted to sergeant in April of 2011, and in September of 2014 he became a detective sergeant, which is the position he held prior to the promotion today. Lieutenant Bogdan has many certifications and has held several roles in his 27-year career, including emergency medical technician, union vice president, field training officer, crash reconstructionist, and the Cape Cod Regional Law Enforcement Council SWAT sniper team leader. While serving as a sergeant position, he was a detective and a PAC supervisor, dispatch center supervisor, training instructor, firearms instructor, code enforcement impact team supervisor, domestic violence supervisor, grant coordinator, and manager of special investigation funds. In addition to his professional career, Lieutenant Bogdan has been married to his wife, Lori, for 21 years. And they have two sons, Cody and Max. They're here. Lieutenant Bogdan also coaches his son's soccer teams and enjoys fishing in his spare time. It's hard to imagine he has any spare time when you listen to what he has done, and he's going to have less spare time once he realizes what he's going to do. So with that, we like to bring up whoever is going to pin you. We have a ceremonial box with our badges in it. There you go. Congratulations. Next, we'll deal with Sergeant Jason Batchelder. Sergeant, would you bring up your family? I don't want any complaints. Sergeant Batchelder is a graduate of the MPTC Reading Regional Police Academy. He is a Westfield State University graduate with a Bachelor's of Science degree in Criminal Justice. Prior to Sergeant Batchelder joining the Yarmouth Police Department in 2011, he was a Brockton School police officer from 2008 to 2011. In 2011, Sergeant Batchelder joined the Yarmouth Police Department as a patrol officer. He is currently certified as a field training officer, taser instructor, advanced impaired driving training instructor, a gang identification member, and along with many other schools and certification. Sergeant Batchelder is a dedicated police officer offering over 11 years of law enforcement, always going above and beyond, making a lasting impact on the department and the public. He has exceptional integrity in leadership and problem-solving skills. And I can tell you from his peers, from up and below him, they absolutely love this man. So with that, I'm gonna, who's doing the spinning then? You get to do it? You know how to do it? Somebody have to get down on your knees.
Perfect.
Next, we have Sergeant Andrew Colville. Andrew is one of our homegrown people. You want to move out of the light? All they can see is some Windows icons. He's a 2006 graduate of Dennis Yarmouth High School, at which time, right after high school, he joined the United States Marine Corps. He served from 2006 to 2009, I believe. It says 19 here, but I don't think that's true. He served in the 2nd Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. He was deployed to El Anbar province in Iraq in 2008 as a member of the Quick Response Force platoon and served a 4-man team leader and a vehicle commander directly supervising the members of a team during deployment and back in the United States. He again deployed overseas to the Helmand province in Afghanistan in 2009 as a component of the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Brigade to invade and seize back the Helmand province from the Taliban control. He served in Afghanistan as a vehicle commander directly supervising 4 other subordinates while being responsible for the well-being, equipment, and operational upkeep both during deployment and back in the United States. He received an honorable discharge from the United States Marine Corps in 2010 after reaching the rank of E5 Sergeant. He then served as a Provincetown Reserve police officer after attending the MBTA Police Academy as a self-sponsor. He was self-sponsored by the Yarmouth Police Department. He was about to be hired by the Provincetown Police Department, but we would not let him go there. So we took him right back, and we're glad we did. He was sworn in as a full-time police officer on November 4th, 2012. He was, before his promotion, he was a field training officer, a member of the mental health outreach team, a member of the peer support team, a certified mental health aid instructor through the National Council for Behavioral Health, community intervention team member trained through NAMI, coordinator of the Yarmouth Police Veteran Outreach Program, a member of the Yarmouth Police PAC unit, and a member of the traffic enforcement team. At this time, call up your family to do the pinning. And we have a special honor. I was surprised to see this tonight, and it's a pleasure to have with us Officer Chris Van Ness. He will do the pinning.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your time tonight, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Bye. Bye, guys.
Do we got to do a sachet?
The notice of the public hearing, I know that's not the next item, but that's coming up. That's why I like my iPad.
Oh, well. Let's see what we got.
I am bitter about that. There it is.
You got it?
There it is.
Okay.
All right, next item is public comment. Does anybody want to be heard at public comment? Somebody get that door, please.
No sassing. I'm not a well person. So I wanted to say something in addition to what I've already mailed to the Board of Selectmen. I think it would be prudent to possibly move on on those suggestions in writing to the project manager. I am told that apparently the building committee meeting has been scheduled for next week, but the delay made me think that they were very busy doing their own trimming, so to speak, and we're going to come in with, a suggestion or suggestions, and they would have to be voted up and down, and the rest of us would be told that anything else would cost extra money. So in order to avoid such a possibility, I would suggest that the board put in writing and send to the project manager the suggestions that they have for any kind of trimming to the building project. That's all. Even though the meeting is scheduled, but I think it would be a good idea rather than wait any longer than that.
Thank you. Anyone else on public comment?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Mark Anschutz, and I, along with a couple of other people, represent Friends of Bass River. You very kindly greeted us some 3 years ago, and we were just getting on our way, and now we're a group that membership between Dennis and Yarmouth somewhere north of 800 members. That's the result of people's great concern for the well-being of the river. particularly those who've lived here a long time and see the continuing degradation of that body of water. Let me move swiftly to the point. There are a variety of responses to the things that challenge the river. Wonderful emerging science in terms of sawdust and sand and septic systems, opening up the river by dredging so the nitrates flow out into the Sound. But going away, the most important long-term solution is water treatment. And I come to urge you to move as swiftly as you possibly can. Pragmatically, it's my understanding that if we don't, we run the risk of the state and others forcing us to do certain things that are costly and not necessarily representing our well-being. But set that aside, we don't have a lot of time if we're going to save the river, and every opportunity needs to be pursued. So I hope that these efforts are strongly supported by you selectmen, and that we as citizens have the opportunity to educate and to collaborate in all these areas, but particularly now water treatment. So I thank you for your time, and if you need any questions answered about how we can assist you, don't hesitate. We have a great webpage, and we're right there with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question for you. 800 members is a substantial organization. I think the wastewater resources committee is, trying to come up with ways to best communicate. Is your organization a good contact for disseminating information to members?
Oh, absolutely. Our three things are to educate, and I think that might be our biggest, because there's gross ignorance around these issues, and yet with good people, when you explain things to them, they're easy to win over. They get it. The second is collaboration, and to answer your question, yes, and we would receive that, and through our webpage and our increased communication efforts, make that available. We're very grateful to the town and their environmental people. They have done some great work and made it available, and we've posted that on Facebook and shared it broadly. They're to be commended.
I would hope that you would contact Kurt Sears, who's standing in the corner and who's the chair of our committee, and make connection with him in terms of the communication, because I think that would be beneficial.
Well, we have a new executive director, and I'm really hard on the guy. And I'll see to it that first thing in the morning, he'll be in touch with you.
Great.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also add that we did work, the Water Resource Advisory Committee did work with one of their board members, Bob Churchill, leading up to the Cultural Center public information session, and we already have had a conversation with their brand new executive director going forward. So.
Thank you.
That's good. As Norm says, that's a sizable membership.
That's from Dennis and Yarmouth, but
Yeah,
still, it's...
but they're both towns going to be voting, so that's a lot of votes, potentially. Anyone else on public comment? Kurt?
I was looking over the agenda today, and I have a little bit of concern about the visioning process, that it seems to be upside down. Maybe it should be rather than inside out, more outside in. I'm not positive, but I have a sense that many people who probably should participate in it probably won't under that structure that I've read. I agree we need a visioning. It's long overdue, but I think we ought to really, as a town, think about how we do it and how we make sure the right people participate in it rather than just stay away from it for different reasons. So I would just think about that as you move forward with that.
Thank you, Kurt. Anyone else? Okay. Next item is a public hearing, so I'll read the notice. It concerns boat trailer parking at Bass River Beach, which is also known as Smuggler's Beach. 2 public hearings will be held on Tuesday, January 7th, 2020, and Tuesday, January 28th, 2020, at 6 p.m. at Yarmouth Town Hall, 1146 Route 28, South Yarmouth, Mass. 02664, concerning proposed fee increase for boat trailer parking at Bass River Beach. Written comments will be accepted by the Board of Selectmen via email at selectmen@yarmouth.ma.us or Yarmouth Town Hall until 4:30 p.m. on Friday, January 3rd, 2020. The verbal comments will be accepted at the public hearing starting at 6 p.m. Persons interested in these changes are encouraged to attend. Proposed change, fee increase of boat trailer parking at Bass River Beach. Increase for boat trailer parking at Bass River Beach from the current fee of $8 daily and $90 seasonally to be increased to $10 daily and $110 seasonally. The state of Massachusetts has approved these increases on March 12th, 2019. This fee increase is due to the increased expenses. Okay, so it's going to be 2 hearings, the first of which is to commence tonight. Jeff Colby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Colby, Public Works Director. This fee is something that has not increased in a number of years. It's, as you read in the announcement, it's a $2 increase in the daily charge. It's to cover staff costs that have increased since the last time that fee has gone up, and increased maintenance costs as well. Some of that is itemized in your packet that was also submitted to the Office of Fish and Boating Access. They, to start the process off, our Department of Natural Resources submitted the request to them. They approved that going up. Because of some grant funding and other requirements, we need to get approval from them before we increase fees for that particular location, and they did approve that. That was back in March of 2019. That was a little late in the season because we need to have tickets printed up and prepare for the season, so that's why that was approved last year. We're just now getting to the board to ask for the approval to implement that. Last year, just to give you some numbers, the revenue that this particular fee brought in was $19,400. It's projected with this increase, based upon the number of passes that were sold, that the revenue for this next year, if this were approved, would be approximately $24,000. So that's just over $4,000 increase in revenue based upon the $2 increase in the daily and the $20 increase in the seasonal pass. As I mentioned before, there's a number of costs. You have some of that itemization in your packet as it relates to maintenance personnel and a maintenance supervisor and park supervisor costs. Just one example of some of the maintenance costs over there and how they've gone up is that in 2018, it was just under $1,400 to do just the painting of the lines for the boat trailer spaces, and that was a $275 increase over the previous year. So costs continued to go up. And that is the reason for this request. It's a rather modest request, but it does cover the increasing staffing costs as well as maintenance costs. And some of the things that our Division of Natural Resources does at the boat ramp relative to maintenance includes repairing some washout. They also have responsibilities relative to the fishing deck out there, repair to pilings, the decking out there. There is a minor electricity cost associated with the operation of that, as well as float repairs as well. So those are an example of some of the maintenance costs associated with the facility. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Before I go to the board, does anybody in the public wish to be heard on this, either in favor or against? Okay, seeing none. Does anybody in the board have any questions or comments? Tracy?
I think I remember asking about this before, and I was told that we weren't allowed to charge more because the state had invested in the I guess they must have just redone the ramp recently and done some other investments.
Correct.
Is there any tie to our fee associated with the funds that the state invests? I mean, are we bound by I guess I look at these numbers, and I know just to park a car is more than this for a day.
Significantly more, right?
Yeah, so why is it less to park for this with a trailer?
Well, that's a good question. We do need to get approval from the state through the Office of Fishing and Boating Access to have any increase. So we felt that a modest request and getting approved to them would be the first step. It's certainly something that we could look at in future years if the board felt strongly that it should be more comparable to that of beach parking. It's really a separate facility, although it's located in the same general location.
I guess I'm more interested in other ramps or access that has this type of significant parking, not in Yarmouth, but other towns. What do they charge? Are their trailer parking equivalent to their daily parking rates, or are they completely separate as well? Do you know?
They're on a different schedule,
Yeah.
typically. I would say generally they're less. I know that Dennis has a pretty significant facility. They went with a kiosk up at Sassuat Harbor, but I believe it's a different charge than the beach charges. They're typically something, because of the grant funds that supported that infrastructure, needing to get approval through the state is a more significant process, and because of that, in part, that's probably one of the reasons that the fees lag a little bit behind the beach parking fees.
And is there typical for the structure to be a flat number instead of resident and non-resident for water access?
It's typical, right, with these.
To just have a flat number, whether they're
That's
a resident
correct.
or not?
Right.
Okay, well, it's a good place to start. But I would be interested in seeing what the other communities charge and whether it's more comparable to their daily parking rate.
Okay.
What is allowed by the state.
Certainly, I'll look into that for the next meeting.
I know that parking lot fills up very quickly, and it's troublesome for people to find spots, so. And at the same time, I don't want to limit access to the water, so.
Eric?
No, just as a point of information, Sassuat does use a kiosk on both the east and west sides, and I think that's $10 or $12. I know it's not less than 10. So it's $10 or $12, resident or non-resident, for trailer parking. So it's in line.
I think it's 12, you're right,
12,
yeah.
yeah. I think you're right. It's, but it doesn't matter whether it's resident or non-resident. That kiosk system, I know we have the gate to collect for, primarily probably for beach fee parking, but that kiosk system is pretty slick.
Well, it's slick because most of the people who go out fishing go out before the gate attendants are
No,
usually
but
even there in
they
the
check
morning.
it doesn't matter.
They
you
pay
can't
on the way out?
Yeah, you can't get away. You'll get a ticket. If your car is there without a sticker, without a tag in the windshield, you will get a ticket from the harbor master. And I don't know how they've resolved the ticket issue, but you don't get away without paying just because you're there at 4 o'clock in the morning.
You mean in Dennis?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm talking about Yarmouth.
Do they ticket people who are there before the gate opens? Before there's somebody in the booth?
We do have a gentleman that goes around and monitors that, absolutely. Dave Carlson does that.
Norm? Mark?
Nope, no questions. Thanks, Jeff.
I don't have any questions either. So, Dan, we didn't get any public response by way of email or otherwise at the administration
So we
office.
just make a motion to continue this to the next date advertised.
So,
thank you.
A motion and a second to continue this matter to the second date advertised, which is Tuesday, January 28th, 2020 at 6 p.m. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? This matter's continued to that time. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thank you.
Bridgewater State University lease agreement. Is that you, Dan?
It is. In your packet, there's a correspondence from Karen Green that has outlined some of the effort that's been put into this going back to, I think it was the summer of 2018. Bridgewater Vice President of Operations had come to town to talk about potentially closing the facility. At that time, we had talked to them about what would it take to keep the facility operational. There was a few desires on the capital side of things, that they had as a desire line to continue that. And then additionally, we came back with an action plan to get a little bit more use from the building from different stakeholders. So over the last 18 months or thereabouts, we've engaged a number of different community partners and also have been meeting with Bridgewater. And I'm pleased to say that just before the end of the year, I met with President Clark and we handshook on a 5-year agreement as it relates contingent upon us finishing off the roof work that is underway now. It's kind of like in a state of stop for phase 1. We did about 40% of the roof from tornado damage, and we are working on getting quotations for the balance of the roof, and we have identified a funding source for that. We would come to the board at a later date for that as well. And we've also worked out some of the details about internal repairs needed to get the facility usable. And part of that included doing a extensive hazardous materials inventory study by Ty and Bond engineers to let us know all the hazardous materials that are still remaining in the building. We've turned that over to BSU recently so they can begin doing some what I would call light upgrades on the inside. So we're pleased that that's going to happen. We also, as you recall, in town meeting 2019 allocated a sum of money to bring broadband fiber access to the building. That's been completed. So we will now, if you give me the authorization to execute the lease. This, by the way, is a standard lease form extension from the Department of Capital Asset Management. We're not allowed to change it. So it's a document that, the original 5-year lease was a DCAM document. This is an extension document. It's been through town council. And what we would do upon executing of this 1-year note agreement, we would start working towards hammering out the details on a 5-year agreement. And I'd like to be able to get in position to present that to you at some point later this year for a 5-year agreement. And there's also a correspondence in there from Vice President Jason memorializing the activities associated with the meetings in the town and the university, acknowledging what we've done to date.
So you need our authorization to execute?
To execute the document so that we can get the 1-year deal done.
I make a motion to authorize the town administrator to act on the town's behalf in executing the document.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. The question that I had, Dan, is doesn't this kind of like relate back to the, in other words, it's not effective today going forward, right? Doesn't it relate back in time, or am I wrong?
I believe we actually are just, if we haven't, we've just expired in the lease agreement, so it was represented to us that 2019 represented the last year, I think, of the 5-year, and that in order to do the next 5-year cycle, they needed to have a document to allow them to continue accessing the property. So that's why we're doing the 1 year.
And they want us to finish the roof?
Yeah, so the roof costs, we have a rough estimate, and we've identified a sum of money from an account that we have collected FEMA and MEMA reimbursements over the years. It's, I think the roof repair is going to be, the finish off of the roof repair is going to be in the neighborhood of about $140,000 to finish it. So, I mean, it had been leaking like a sieve, and it's not lost on me. We do use the building quite a bit as a town. They give it to us rent-free for a lot of our training seminars, and we're going to do a lot more training at the facility this year. But the roof leak was definitely problematic for the university.
And they put $2.2 million in it already. After this 1-year lease, or during the 1-year lease, aside from the monies that the town's putting in, are they going to be making some expenditures?
Yeah, so part of that 5-year negotiation would be what would be the further capital upgrades to the building. I will note that we received a $10,000 grant to study from feasibility to take a look at what would be needed to further maximize the use of the facility and different kinds of uses. So that'll help us. That hopefully will be completed by June. And one of the things we're trying to line up for is Mass Development, who you've had here in the hearing room a few times. They have a incubator grant capital improvement program. So if we can get a better understanding of what the university will contribute going forward into the future, we could work on jointly an application for incubator upgrade grants. And they've done some pretty significant upgrades of old facilities across the Commonwealth with that program.
See, Dan, on this, it looks like almost like a cover sheet to the lease.
Yep.
And it says short-term tenancy agreement. You see
Right.
that two-page document?
Yep.
It says commencement date, August 13th of 2019. I guess that was the question I have. Is this going to be relating back to August 13th of 19, going to probably August 12th of 2020?
Yeah, I don't have the exact date of when the 5-year original had expired, but essentially, we've got about a year to work on this, and our plan was to get it in place. I'm sure there's going to be some lag over with that, like, as there is with this one. But before we do the final execution, I can send you a notice as to the date of effective date. This had been prepared a long time ago by DCAM, so.
I see that. So we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
I have
Yes,
comments.
Tracy, go.
I guess I have to express my disappointment that we're this far, and this is the first time we've had a discussion about it. The fact that a lot of agreement from the town has happened, and this is the first time this board has even looked at the document, know what the intention is very disappointing. So, we're at a point where we're kind of backed into a corner. I completely appreciate the facility, the $2.4 million they have invested. However, I personally do not think that the facility has come to fruition the way that my vision of it is. It's a community space now is what it seems to me. We were really hoping for a robust 4-year opportunity for college. We're filling the space, as you said, with many other things, but we're really not providing a lot of college opportunities for people who live on the Cape. So I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what their plan is, if that's even still the plan. I get concerned with a lot of these grants. I saw a capital budget for 200 that, and then a letter that said the town had committed. I'm not sure who on the town committed to anything. I didn't even know we had applied for it. It's frustrating, but.
If I may, please? So last year, I did a year-end review for the board and submitted, in a good section of that review, had a component associated with this project in that the university, there were powers to be in the university that frankly just wanted to close it and get out of here. I spent a lot of time in 2018 in the fall rounding up community partners because that's what they told us you needed to do to save the building. Further, on the article that was put together for town meeting last spring, I further had briefings about what we plan to do with that money in order to help make the case that the facility would be continued to try to be viable. I will tell you that the hazardous material inventory that was done is a daunting dollar value to repair that. So faced with an option of Bridgewater was going to close the campus, because that's literally why Karen Jason came to town in the summer of 2018 to tell me it was closing, we embarked on a strategy with them to try to keep it open and finance it to the extent possible without significant town dollars. Now, that all being said, I have raised to the university a number of times the desire of this town to have a larger footprint academically here. And my best advice to you is that's not going to happen in any great significance. There's some internal institutional higher ed policy. Suffolk University is now landing an expanded program here. Four Cs has got an interesting relationship with the university system. I think what I'm trying to do is to avoid a significant liability coming back to the town, but at the same time helping to not only maintain a presence that BSU has, but also try to make it a community asset. And one of the partners that looked at it would take their grant money, improve the facility in an area in the building, and teach people how to turn wood to make products that are for sale. And keep with the educational mission of teaching people different trades and skills and whatnot. So it has not been easy to get it to the point where we're here today, and I'm disappointed that you feel that way,
Well, I
Selectman
feel-
Post,
'cause I
but
feel it's a-
we've put a lot of effort into this.
And I understand that, but I'm wondering if it's my point really is, it's not towards your effort, it's just whether or not that this effort is at the end. If that's not going to happen, maybe this board needs to make a decision for a more viable, profitable use for the town.
I think facing an enormous Mattakey School building coming into our domain, our plate is going to be filled with large vacant old buildings that have a lot of cost to fix them. That's my assessment on that.
Okay, anyone else? All right, all those in favor of authorizing Dan to sign the short-term lease, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Carries 4-1. All food and beverage RFP is next.
Still not ready for your review yet. We're very close to that. I'm a bit perplexed and disappointed by that, but it'll be definitely deliverable for a January 28th meeting for your review. It's been a more complicated endeavor to get it on paper to a format that's going to be usable for our facilities, so.
I have a question and partly a comment on just the golf food RFP, food and beverage RFP generally. If I understand it correctly, there's never been any really separate breakdown in terms of the accounting as to what these restaurants, how they do, how much money they make, what the net profit is or isn't. So that being said, the obvious question is, how can we make a determination as to privatizing this when we don't have that information, number one? The comment is, I understand from the reports that the experts gave that they said, you know, we're in the golf business, we shouldn't be devoting our manpower to food and beverage. I understand that part of it. And, you know, philosophically, that doesn't really depend upon how much they're making or not making. They're just basically saying, you know, you're a golf enterprise, you're not a food and beverage enterprise, and you should be using your manpower to treat golf as a kind of like an inventory thing, kind of like a motel. You got so many rooms to fill, you got so many tee times to sell, and so I get that part of it. But the first part, in terms of the profit and loss on the golf, I don't even think that information has been determined, has it, in terms of?
There's problems within the way in which we account for items of cost inside the restaurants. There's no question we have a reporting problem that way, and that's a limitation of our point-of-sale system. There's also, we have probably better understanding of the revenue generation that it can make. That all being said, and I would add, to further complicate the situation is going to be the specter that the most prime part of the agreement, Bass River, is likely going to need to come offline within this term of this agreement cycle. So we have been internally working on trying to best position ourselves on how those negotiations with the vendor would look. I'm guided by the couple of principles. One is we're like the last organization, municipal, that's in the business of this type of business of magnitude. Second, it's not lost on me that our best talent is used to make sure that the golf experience out on the course is the best that it can be. And over the years, the restaurants have taken up a lot of time and energy associated with that. And thirdly, I would say that market forces being what they are, a private vendor operator can better respond to conditions associated with labor, price variations, far more than we can, or much better than we can. So I'm not going to say that we're even going to come out of this with a vendor. It's going to be difficult. So that's been part of the challenge of putting this RFP together, was we're already thinking ahead as to what the negotiation might look like. Because obviously if we were asking for, and we know the facility needs some capital improvement because we had an analysis done on that last year, but we're asking somebody to potentially do some of these improvements to be able to optimize use of the restaurants in a contract cycle that we're admittedly saying in 2 years from now, the whole thing might go down for a year. Or maybe it's more than a year. How do you make that kind of investment if you're talking about private capital if there's no guarantee to get a return on it? So it's getting to be extremely complicated. That's why it's taken a little bit longer than we thought it to be. So,
Anybody else have any?
but if you have any information that you'd want to share with us in advance of that, now's the time to send it along to us as we're trying to formulate this, because it's a significant challenge for us, no question.
My only advice would be to go back to the agreement that was made with the last vendor that was there, and don't do that.
Don't do that. I've read through that file. I will guarantee you we will not do that.
What upgrades need to happen prior to them continuing operation? Are they upgrades that could be put off for a few years while we do like a short-term agreement? So
I think
have that?
One of the things that stood out to us quickly when we had that looked at was freezer space storage is very limited in the facility, so the ability to put a little bit of inventory away to respond to the demands of the market inside the facility for making food is problematic. So what ends up happening, and if you're familiar with the facility, we're constantly running short on things. So the menu frequently will say, oh, this isn't available today, this isn't available today. So that coupled with shortage, and we still continue to have a problem with sanitation and dishware, if you will, at Bass River as well, because of the problems we've got with dishwashers in there. So space allocations, freezer storage, some dry storage, and just general layout of the kitchen has not really been greatly conducive to doing much. I don't frankly know, because I'm not in the restaurant business, to know how much that would impact the negotiation as it relates. Could somebody make a go of it? We're going to find out if somebody responds. I don't know. I mean, I will say what's kind of daunting in the time now, since the last time this went out on the market, and this is essentially somewhere between like fast food and a good sit-down operation. But the fast food business, based on wage pressures, is getting an enormous amount of modernization and automation worked into their business model. We'll never be able to do that. So as the hourly wage rates continue to rise in that arena, it's going to be a challenge to put out a product that would be enough so that a private vendor would even be interested to take it on. So, like I said, we're in the point now that if there's any helpful advice you can have for us, we're collecting it, and we'll try to negotiate our way through it when we get to that point. But it's tough. Business in this line of work was tough to begin with. I think it's probably the toughest now with a lot of these pressures on them. So.
Yeah, it seems to me, I think the limitations we had in terms of accounting were primarily related to, okay, if you buy whatever it is in bulk and then ship some to the other location, then you've got problems with trying to account for it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a matter of mechanics. I mean, it should be solvable without too much difficulty. With a simple order process, I don't think it would require creating a paperwork nightmare to accomplish that. But that's all behind us. In any case, I think generally the results of the restaurants have improved incrementally over the last 5 years. I'm not saying they should be continued the way they are, because I think just the opposite is true. I think we need to move on. So, the question about whether Bass River will be open or not, I think is a question of, okay, well, if the course is closed, what else could be done to attract people there? And I think there's space where possibly you could have a computerized setup, a little driving range inside, or something that would attract members and other people to come into the building. And once in the building, they might be interested in some food.
I think one of the things I'd like to ask Dave Young, Dave's still planning on coming here tonight?
It's right there.
It's right there. Is to what extent in the work that's potentially proposed is the clubhouse even going to be available? Some of the renderings that we looked at show moving the clubhouse away to to a new location there, So I'd like to be able to hear from Dave, what would be the viability of using a site like that once it goes under construction. And I'm at the point now where, after living through 2 really long years at Bayberry, that probably the best thing to do is to just bring it offline for a year, rip the Band-Aid off once, and get it back online, because Bayberry was extremely painful for 2 consecutive years, and that had always had 18 holes still available, even when we went under renovation. But the idea that we try to convince a restaurateur operator whose best facility is the Bass River facility to put a lot of investment in something that we don't even know what the future looks like that's part of the challenge, So.
Okay.
Yeah, are we likely to have, it hasn't really been presented, I mean, we've had the recommendations made to the board. I don't think the question has been posed to the board specifically about outsourcing the food and beverage.
So what we wanted to do is go through the exercise to find out what the market response would yield before we made any kind of recommendation to you as it relates to outsourcing that. But the directive that we got as we went through the process associated with the National Golf Foundation was to go down the road and let the RFP out. There'll be a significant period of due diligence by any vendors that are taking a look at it, but we certainly would not, in this particular case, authorize any vendor to take it without coming back to the board and having a process to have the board take a vote on that.
When is the RFP then going to be?
Well, we're hoping to get it.
Is going to be?
Yeah, we're hoping to get it at some point advertised, get it to you for review in the last meeting in January, and at no later than late February have it advertised so that it can be put out to the vendor market. There's a number of vendors that have already contacted us as it relates to the solicitation. They're just kind of waiting for the document now. So
based on that timing, it looks like we'll still be in the business.
We're planning to still be in the business for a spring opening. Yeah, we have to. There's no question. Yeah.
No.
No comments.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll move on then to the town visioning project overview.
On this one, I'll turn this over to Kathy Williams and Tom Roach to discuss the visioning process. And Kathy had sent a memo to outline it for you, so.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and Select Board members as well. My name is Tom Roach, and I serve as Chairman of the Planning Board. I'm sure Kathy Williams is very well known to you, our very capable town planner. With us this evening is also Tom Barron. He serves as clerk, and Joanne Crowley, who is our vice chair. Other members include Liz Hartsgrove, Lee Rowley, Brad Goodwin, and Chris Vincent. Wow.
You did good.
I'm just going to read the first 2 paragraphs of the memo that Kathy sent to you guys, and then Kathy will pick it up relative to the progress. Cape Cod Commission, CCC, has already completed their update to the Regional Policy Plan, RPP, and Local Comprehensive Plan, LCP, regulations, creating a solid framework for updating Yarmouth's LCP. An updated plan will be used to guide the growth of the town in an orderly manner while balancing a wide variety of needs, including economic development, protection of environmental resources, quality of life, and community character. Updating Yarmouth Local Comprehensive Plan, LCP, starts with a visioning process to identify what's important to our community, what needs improvement, what needs to be preserved, all while balancing the needs of diverse community stakeholders. Visioning process will identify high level of goals, overall community values, viewpoints, and will serve as the important guide to develop action items, implementation steps for the LCP, and compatible and RPP, our community values. and Kathy will take over as the staff relative to progress that's been made to date.
So the purpose tonight is just to kind of give you an overview of the planning board's visioning process and get any feedback that you have before we get kick-started here. And we're also hoping that you could make a vote to have the planning board be the local planning committee for the visioning. Town staff has contacted a bunch of different communities as well as done some investigation with regard to visioning processes that have occurred. We were very fortunate to be able to meet with Ryan Bennett, the Brewstertown planner, as well as Hal Minnis, who was the chairman of the Brewster Vision Advisory Group, and they provided us with some very good planning information in the process that they used. We took that with a bunch of different information and came up with the visioning process that's included in your packet this evening. The first aspect after defining the local planning committee is coming up with the true visioning process plan. What are the benchmarks? When are we going to be having workshops? When are we going to be advertising? And you have a draft implementation schedule that's been included here for the 14 to 16-month process that we're looking at for the visioning. Obviously, public participation is extremely important in a workshop because what we're really looking for is people's views and feelings about the town of Yarmouth and what they think needs to be improved and what needs to be preserved. So you'll see very briefly in the visioning process a broad outreach program. We're going to be developing that into a much more detailed public participation and engagement plan that will be reviewed and vetted by the planning board. One of the other things that in looking at thinking about the process is not everyone in the community may be as up to speed on some of these topics as we are. So maybe coming up with some background data using the very valuable knowledge that a lot of town staff has to just kind of provide a little background information on where we are now, what are some of the trends in some of these different issues, and what are the ongoing projects that we're looking at. I often get calls from people, and after talking to them, they're like, wow, I didn't know that we were working on that. So it's good to get that information out there. We've identified maybe some larger topics that might have these background data information. We might see that we might need some additional ones as we move forward, but it's really taking advantage of a lot of staff institutional knowledge to get that information out to the public so they can be knowledgeable when they come to the different workshops and conduct the workshop surveys that we're looking at. The big thing is the first initiative would be the first series of community workshops, and that would be something that would really help the community to identify why do we all want to live here, what are some of our untapped opportunities that we're not taking advantage of that would make our town better, and where are the areas that we need to work on, including things that might be threatening the success or the vision that we have for the town of Yarmouth. In preparation for that, we would also have a workshop survey, which would be asking some of the similar questions as in the actual workshops themselves, because not everyone is able to come to a community workshop or may not feel comfortable speaking out at a community workshop, so we want to give people a lot of different opportunities to provide their input. Part of the process includes having the planning board members be facilitators during these workshops. So we wanted to have a planning board workshop where we would actually get the input from the individual planning board members as well as vet the workshop process. So depending on the amount of participation and the input that we get at the workshops and the survey, we may find that there's certain groups that may not have been adequately represented, so we may want to go and conduct some particular stakeholder roundtables, which would kind of be a more casual version of the workshops in order to get specific information from underrepresented groups. The big effort is going to really be taking all of this wonderful data that we get from the workshops and the surveys and kind of processing that and identifying specific categories with which these comments might fit in. You'll find that there'll be certain themes that are repeated over and over, things like preservation of our marshlands and things like that will be categorized. So in order to take that to the next step, we would need to be summarizing some of these categories and provide some background information on them. I'd like to think that a lot of these categories are going to be similar to the background information that we already provided at the initial steps of the process, but we'd also further identify any key issues and outline some of the conclusions that were gleaned from the public input process, and then identify any potential goals and purposes to address these issues. And then we would go out and have a second set of workshops as well as a second survey to kind of vet all of that information. And hopefully all of that will lead to the draft vision plan for the community, which would then be presented to the public to get their input, as well as developing a final one and getting Board of Selectmen review and approval. In order to help us in this visioning process, we are proposing to use the $20,000 that was voted at 2019 annual town meeting. In the memo, there's some ideas of some of the things that they might be able to help us with, including vetting the process that we've developed, the workshop format, the different surveys, also serving as the official moderator for the community workshops, because staff and planning board members will be facilitators and note takers at the individual tables. But then the major goal will be to help us to process some of that, all of that information that we get from the different workshops, and depending on available funding, we'd like to continue to use the consultant with regard to the other workshops and continuing with that. It'll be subject to additional funding. We may have some funding in the community development expense budget that we might be able to use towards this. This plan was sent to the Cape Cod Commission to make sure it was in compliance with the local comprehensive plan regulations, and they were fine and felt it was a comprehensive visioning process. So just open it up to any questions you might have. Yeah. I'm not going to ask questions.
Mark, you have any questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think this memo covers a lot of ground, and I very much appreciate all the work that you have put into this. I want to note for the board that the approach being taken here has been used in other communities, and I think the work that you've done, Kathy, and the planning board's involvement in sort of learning how other towns have approached this, I think is very helpful, very instructive. When I was in Brewster as the interim town administrator, that community was incredibly supportive of their visioning process, which is very similar here. The work that was done was widely praised in the community. I was amazed at the extent to which the people in the community actually understood the vision plan, what was in it. The other thing that I liked about the Brewster approach is the fact that the selectmen became, because of the community involvement and the community feedback, the selectmen, once this work was done, the selectmen embraced the visioning plan, they endorsed the plan, and then what they were able to do is they used the initiatives, the goals, the objectives, and began the process of incorporating them in their own overall goals as a board. So what happens is you have this process by which the vision of the community, for example, in Brewster, one of the things that I was surprised at was the community raised as a priority. The community did. Water quality as probably their number one issue, and the long-term protection of groundwater drinking supplies. Now, in this part of the Cape, a lot of the discussion about water quality is the quality of our estuaries and so forth, but the residents of the town put drinking water right up there with the priority of coastal water quality. And what you see now is that goal, that priority, is now reflected in the budget in that town. So what happens is I think this process is crucial in terms of us hearing what the community sees as important, well, how they want to see Yarmouth to grow and develop, the issues that they're really concerned about and worried about, because it'll help us not just in finishing an LCP and a master plan, which is all very important, and it's long overdue, but I think what it does is it also will help other departments, it'll help the board and others set priorities for the work that they're responsible for undertaking for the town. So I think this is terrific to get this process going. I noted the observations of Kurt. I'm anxious to hear if there are ways that this process can be improved. I think now's the time to get those ideas, those suggestions on the table. So my hope is that to the extent there are comments or concerns about this, they can be constructive and offered in a way to help build on what I think is an excellent document and starting point for getting this off the ground. So I congratulate you on this work and want to thank you for all the hard work that you've put into this.
Norm?
Yeah, well said, Mark. participated in a similar process in Vermont. There it was free, done through the auspices of the Vermont League of City and Towns. And it was done over a time period that is much shorter than this. And that's one comment I would have, is that trying to sustain community interest in a visioning process is difficult. I'll give you in Vermont, in Killington, I mean, your population only 1,000 people, we would have 350 people in the meeting. It had tremendous support in the community, and but maintaining interest is important, and doing that in a faster time frame so people see the feedback from the first meetings that occur, and how everything has been sifted down and categorized and then presented back to them so that they can then refine the results as time goes on. If it's spread out for too long a period, people forget. And even with refreshing, it becomes just drawn out, a laborious process. So I guess I would encourage a quick time in this. I think it needs to be take into consideration the fact that a whole bunch of residents disappear for 2 or 3 months out of the year.
True.
And try to get things done so that all those people are able to participate in the second and third iteration.
I think that is what we did try to do with the workshop meetings, by having them, I'd like to have it a little earlier than June, but unfortunately I don't think we're going to be ready, but then having something later in the fall, and then we might actually have been able to have the third workshop a little bit earlier, but we're not wanting to exclude the people who might be down in Florida at that time.
And I guess, just with those comments, I think the process itself, as Mark pointed out, has a lot of benefits if they're carried through into the strategic planning and the goal setting that's part of strategic planning, so that it ends up allocating resources to the important things that people see as for the community. But that linkage is really important. Otherwise, it just kind of deteriorates into an exercise that was done, with a bunch of consultants, and consultants made money on it, and nothing else happened. It really needs to be continued beyond the end of the visioning process into a strategic planning exercise that utilizes the results of the vision that finally is created.
I think the hope is that's what the local comprehensive plan would do, is we would take all of the visioning, and then the comprehensive plan is the actual implementation, the strategies, the initiatives that the community would like to see. And then that's something that you then put your money toward. Yep.
Yeah, we're also hoping to reach out to boards and committees within the town level, and also associations, and have public meetings as well. And Mark brought up a good point relative to Brewster and the wastewater issue. This will tie in with wastewater and clean water, and we can use the same approach that we're doing with the wastewater, just trying to educate people within the community. And I agree with the time frame. Sometimes if there's too much lag time, people forget. But I think if we have a definite plan going forward, and it's a strategic plan where we can just cross off items as we go, we'll get from point A to point B, and hopefully we can accomplish this.
I don't know if there are or there are free resources out there from, whether the Cape Cod Commission or some of the statewide municipal organizations might have resources available that would not be as costly as a consultant. I mean, you need someone or some group to lead or to be the chair of the process, the facilitator of the process. That's such an important function. It usually takes a half dozen people with easels and all that sort of thing, marking down priorities as people throw out ideas.
I think that's the planning board serving as the facilitators and staff as note takers at those different tables set up. I think the idea is we do want it to be a local initiative, and I think the planning board would essentially be the face of the visioning process, and trying to really have the consultant be more of providing guiding information to the planning board, and then we just need somebody who's the moderator at those meetings to kind of set the times and move things along, because the planning board will be busy during a lot of that time period.
I guess I didn't realize that. I'd be careful with that. I think there's it's an important perception on the part of the participants that we're not just creating a result that is in line with, for example, the planning board's vision. That a planning board member who has a particular thought about the direction would select those ideas that are thrown out as that correspond with their own thoughts, and would just dismiss in one way or another the thoughts of other people. I think some independence from existing town staff in terms of how that's facilitated is important in terms of the perception.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to respond to some of that.
Okay.
Yeah. I think one of the things that you want to avoid, and I think this is the lesson that the others have learned, is that if you export this and just put this in the hands of consultants or even a regional planning agency, while we may think the world of the Cape Cod Commission, I'm not necessarily sure they're grounded well enough here in Yarmouth and the community. And I think that would be a mistake to sort of get them. But
as a facilitator is one thing, but yeah. Exactly.
The other thing that I've been after the commission to do, and this is something that I've been regularly harassing them on, and that is just providing money to help towns do this. The budget that's been laid out here is impressive, primarily because it's going to rely on a lot of in-town, in-kind resources, and so they've been figuring out how to do this. Relatively inexpensively. If we were to export this and get more people involved in actually doing the work, then that would change the budget, I would think, considerably. But I personally have been after the commission to invest in making grants to local communities to help underwrite this kind of work. They're the ones that have been asking us and other towns to do LCPs. It should be in their interest to help underwrite the cost of doing this work. Yeah. Instead, I think most of the time when they get grants, those grants basically go to themselves and don't necessarily go to the local communities.
I'm wondering if we could ask them for a grant in order to help.
You can ask. I've been asking them for 4 years to get money set aside specifically for grants to do exactly this kind of work.
It's not like the town doesn't pay them enough.
No. So, if I may, Mr. Chairman, we every year the commission, depending upon how much the state allocation is to regional planning entities, solicits from the towns suggestions for funding for what's referred to as local technical assistance grants, DLTA grants. This was put in as a grant application a while ago. It got turned down. Yeah. So that's why we went to town meeting, because we knew that we needed to progress on this topic. And, we're competing against everybody in the 3C's territory. And so I wholeheartedly agree that my own personal view on the commission would have been, this would have been perfectly aligned with what they're looking for us to do. Sure. But just not the way it is. Those grants are very competitive. There's not a lot of money. The state, as a matter of fact, even as successful as a program as Community Compact has been, the state has underfunded that by a tremendous amount of dollars. And there's never been more grants than there are opportunities now, but the funding is being cut. So we tried. That's the short answer to that. So
I guess the Cape Cod Commission's budget was better allocated to the beautiful new conference room, state-of-the-art, looking over Cape Cod Bay.
Well, I think this is an issue. Christy Senatori wants to come back before the board and update us. I think it's worthwhile putting this kind of stuff back on the agenda with them. That would be a suggestion.
Go to Tracy now.
Thank you for all your work. I think this is going to be a great exercise. I'm not going to repeat all the comments that have already been said. My only concern is the only thing I see here in terms of workshops are pretty much workshops in person. So how do we reach the people who don't want to come in here and sit here for hours?
I think that's the online survey.
Yeah, so the survey will be online. Will it also be in paper, delivered maybe to the senior center and to our libraries?
We can definitely do that.
That's a really important, because we want to reach as many people as possible, and not everybody has.
We had a relatively good turnout at the Cultural Center for one of our wastewater meetings, and we invited 4 entities within the area, and I think we had probably 50, 55 people. But it was enough for a presentation and for them to take that word out and talk to their friends about it, and we encouraged them to do that. So I think that would be something that would probably be advantageous.
Great, I look forward to it. And as cumbersome as the LCP is, where there may be a lot of action plans after this, having a more condensed, workable version for goal setting, I think, is extremely important. But I hope that we get a certified LCP at some point in time, and that this will drive that.
Yes.
So I think it's money well spent, because what potentially we learned from it could save money in other places. Thank you.
Thank you for this. It's interesting to me. What's more interesting is the fact that we get to talk about an LCP, and Karen's not here, so you'll have to
She is sick. Or she was planning on being here.
So, you know, the first paragraph of the cover sheet talks about the Cape Cod Commission having created new regulations, creating a solid framework for updating Yarmouth's LCP.
Again.
Well, we don't really have an LCP. We have pieces of an LCP, correct?
We have an LCP that has pieces that vary in age of maybe 5 years to 20-something years. There is a complete, but it's not cohesive, and it certainly doesn't tie back in any way to the regional policy plan that's current, which is something that is required for the certified LCP. I know Kurt is concerned that this would be more of a commission-driven document, the visioning and or the LCP, but what I've found in working with them on the sections that we have updated is that they're very comfortable with having things being tailored to the individual communities. And there's a lot of different ways to meet their general RCP goals and objectives, which are not very different if you read through the RPP than what would be important, I would think, to the residents of Yarmouth as well.
Does this get us a step closer to having an LCP, or is this kind of seen as being, you know, in lieu of an LCP?
It's a step in the process to get a certified LCP. After this, we would probably have another similar process to vet the various sections of the local comprehensive plan, and that would end up being much more detailed meetings with a lot of different boards. Obviously, Conservation Commission, we want to get their input on certain things. We want to go to the Housing Committee and the Affordable Housing Trust when we're talking about the housing portion. So that would be more intense, and that might be something where a consultant, a little bit more money for that consultant would probably be a lot of provide that horsepower that we need to move it across the line.
They'll have to be approved by town meeting. Updated chapter.
True.
And Norm has been through this, and something he said intrigued me. He asked if are we trying to create a result that is in line with our vision? So I thought that was an interesting question, and it kind of prompts me to ask, what's the baseline? I mean, are we going into this with a vision that's a starting point, or is it
The only, to a certain extent, it is generally kind of a free-flowing thought process and brainstorming session. And I do feel confident that the planning board members aren't going to be like not putting down people's comments. I think that they will be thoughtful in taking that information into consideration. I think we may think we know some stuff, and we'll be surprised. We may get some real nuggets that we were like, wow, I didn't know that the community felt that way about things. So it really is kind of free-flowing. We want to hear all the ideas.
All right, that's again, that's intriguing. I personality doesn't really allow me to go in without any kind of preconceived ideas. I just want to at least start out with what I think is right, and then somebody convince me otherwise.
Well, each resident will come with that thought as well, and that's what they'll tell us.
All right.
Consider the wastewater issue on Route 28, 5 miles, 5.3 miles, and what effects it would have on redevelopment. Can we say that once the pipe is installed and it's ready to go, what do we expect? What do we expect to see there? Is it going to be a national branded hotel? Is it going to be out-of-town developers that are looking to take advantage of the opportunities with the sewer and some of the zoning efforts that we've taken over the past 8 to 10 years? It's a catch-22, and I think I look at this as that as well. We're hoping to get as much feedback as we can, and we're hoping to reach out to everyone. But in the same time, I think that it's going to be a situation where it may be an ongoing document. It may be a living document that keeps changing as we get more information and as things progress in town. And I think that's a pretty fair assessment of what would happen.
Have we not, however, been creating overlay districts for umpteen years in anticipation of sewers someday coming to town? And
everything is in place.
So to what extent will we begin to kind of throw out what we've already done and start with new overlay districts?
When we're done with the LCP. That's the next step. I think we should really be looking at our zoning bylaw. I think a lot of the overlay districts have been to provide the cookies to encourage people to do redevelopment because we didn't have something like wastewater. Once we have wastewater, we want to make sure that we have the mechanisms in place to control the growth. We have a lot of opportunities out there in a very wide area. Is that something that we want to continue when we have the incentive of wastewater added to it? That's all part of the conversation. I think you'll get a lot of good information out of the LCP and probably part of the visioning as well.
You just said control the growth. Everything we've done for the last umpteen years has been to incentivize the growth.
I think control the growth so it looks exactly the way we want it to look.
And again, relative to our ability to provide wastewater efforts.
It's going to be an interesting balancing act.
Agreed. Balance is the word of the day.
I think we'll be very surprised at the community input on what the community feels in total for how the town should look. And I think we're going to be very surprised, but it's just a hunch.
I would agree, Norm.
Yeah,
I would agree with you.
What comes to mind is the old Cavalier Motel. And for years and years and years, it was there in disrepair. There was all kind of problems. And people kept asking, even after we put, the trust put things in place to help with the purchase of that and convert it to affordable housing. But people would ask continuously, when is the town going to do something with the Cavalier? Well, there's a process, and you have to follow the process. And eventually we got there, but it took us longer than we thought it would be. So, I think we can get there, but it's just going to may take a little longer.
I personally, I think that it's, we're elected by the people, but oftentimes we sit here and, making sure that we really represent the people the way they want to be represented, I think is really important to all of us. And so I cannot see how any of this information in making our decisions would not be helpful. I think that that is our ultimate goal. And so the more people that get involved and
Sure.
speak out and put their 2 cents in,
Yeah.
I think it's going to be great, because
Yep.
that's how we're going to get the best result in the end.
Yep.
And I think it will make all of us very comfortable in taking those actions that we need to take to move forward.
Yep.
You know, we keep talking about wastewater, but the last action of this town with wastewater, we all know what that was.
Yep.
Now, through education and time, things have changed. But for us, it's very difficult because we sit here trying to represent the people, and the people had spoke in the past. So are we representing them now? This information would be helpful to us.
Oh, absolutely, sure. And in regards to the planning board and not representing people's wishes, I'll tell you, we've got an excellent planning board. We have people with character, and I don't see that. I don't see that even being considered. And I don't think that, I certainly wouldn't stand for it.
We need a motion to,
Thank you.
so through, I know through statute, they already are planning. Is it necessary to
The
vote again?
LCP regulations specifically say somebody needs to be designated as a local planning committee. It could be a separate advisory committee like they did in Brewster, or it could be your planning board. It's just a,
I thought it was just a given that the planning board was our local planning committee, but if not, I'll make the motion that we identify our planning board as our local planning committee for the purposes of the visioning process.
in the LCP.
Do we have a second?
CP.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to have the local planning board serve as the local planning committee for purposes of the visioning process. Is there any further discussion?
And the local comprehensive plan.
Excuse me?
And the local comprehensive plan.
Yes, in the local comprehensive plan. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? It passes unanimously.
Excellent.
I'll just say in conclusion that I think this is a great opportunity, touching upon the issues that I believe it was Tracy who raised it, for us to find out really what the people want, the people who we represent, the people who have elected us. And it's also an opportunity for us, as well as for them, to try to be responsive to the needs of the community, to what the people want out there, because this is the people's government in the last analysis. We all sit here because of the people. Another point Tracy made that I agree with wholeheartedly is that to get the maximum input, I think these surveys should, not everybody uses computers. Not everybody can afford them.
Yep.
Or find them.
To have them placed, to have the surveys placed in places like the libraries, maybe the cultural center would be a good place also that has an awful lot of activity.
Sure.
And
Senior center.
the senior center, and town hall too.
Yep.
Where people come and go. And I don't want to be repetitive of, I think, a point that Eric raised, but I think in your second paragraph, when you said that updating the local comprehensive plan starts with a visioning process to identify what's important to our community, I assume from that statement that this is the beginning of an updating, a revision, a putting together a more dynamic and coherent and modernized
Smaller.
version of that plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. Last comment is thank you very much for your hard work. It's much appreciated. And we've got the local planning board appointed. I have total faith in their ability to impartially discharge those duties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is the Capital Budget Committee update as to their process. This isn't to be confused with the public hearing that we have later in February, jointly with FinCom and the Board of Selectmen, as it relates to the actual items in the capital budget. The committee we got into the this effort last year to get before that hearing to give you an update, so that's why they're here tonight, so.
Okay, who's going to take that? Capital budget update. You ready for that?
Good, how are you? It's Kurt. I'm missing Kurt. Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to introduce our committee. To my left, we have Lindsay Petro. She's new to our committee this year. Judy Tarver. Joanne Crowley. She is the vice chair. Sandy Fife. I am the chair. We have Kathy Islop over here, and we have Kurt in the back, who's right behind us. I'd like to say thank you to all the department heads who worked so hard on the capital requests this year, getting us the information. I'd also like to say thank you to Rich for all his support. The Capital Budget Committee has been meeting regularly since August in preparation for this brief presentation. On December 4th, we met with the Finance Committee and reviewed each of the projects, and we're now pleased to present our recommendations for fiscal year 2021. I believe you have a copy of our spreadsheet in your budget book. I'm not sure if you have it in front of you tonight. We received and evaluated more than $5.8 million in projects, approximately 38 projects, and we have recommended from the tax levy $1.5 million. Given our proposed tax levy allocation, which calls for a capital budget of only $1.5 million, our task of ranking is somewhat challenging. Similar to years past, our deliberations were once again complicated by a few factors that we'd like to bring up. Operating expenses presented as capital projects. With budget cuts over the years, it leaves limited money in the budget for capital items, and often small capital items such as cell phones or tablets, voting booths, are presented to us bundled, so each item is not really valued as a true meaning of capital with a 5-year lifespan. Other items such as the Lewis Bay flushing study or any studies is not really capital in nature. Capital projects presented in advance of policy decisions is another thing that we'd like to bring up. Similar to last year, there are some items such as the cameras, body-worn cameras or the cruiser cameras, which have not yet been vetted by administration. The Sandy Pond recreation improvements contain several alternatives this year, such as the splash pool, and it had not been yet brought forward to the Board of Selectmen, so we felt that we could not make a decision on that item. And finally, in absence of action by the town, the Army Corps of Engineers grant for the Run Pond revitalization remains unaddressed. So these type of items we feel need more information or more discussion before they come forward to the Capital Committee. Coastal waterways infrastructure renewal and beach erosion mitigation. Every year, the Department of Natural Resources faithfully submits their $3 million request. And we feel very strongly that consideration be given to an annual funding. We did bring this up last year, or a borrowing article to address these coastal infrastructure repairs. We have 12 critical locations throughout the town that need to be addressed. Within our small amount of $1.5 million, we really do not have enough money to address that request each year. Level funding of our routine capital budget. Last year we did request that the $1.5 million be looked at and possibly be increased by the 2.5% each year. So we're not going backwards instead of forward. So the complete list of projects to be funded by the tax levy is as I said, is in your budget book. We'd like to note that one allocation for the police firearm shooting trailer, which we have allocated $100,000. The Capital Budget Committee supports this request for this specialized trailer, and we recommend that additional funding sources be identified for this purchase. Roadways and stormwater improvements, we've recommended the $1.3 million, which is the amount from last year plus 2.5%. The DPW also receives $1 million in Chapter 90 funds, and we recommend that future consideration be given to expand the use of these funds to include things like town-owned parking lots and access roads. We also support the $225,000 for stormwater improvements. For the fire department, we've improved $495,000 for the purchase of a new ambulance, a generator, an SUV vehicle, and repaying of the stabilization fund for the 2016 loan for the pumper truck. One item we did not recommend under the fire department was $10,000 for dive equipment because there were funds available in an old article. We have recommended and supported the water department's request for $2.07 million for infrastructure improvements, as well as $50,000 for the purchase of a dump truck for the golf department from retained earnings from those enterprise funds. At the time of our review, the balance in the recycling fund was $142,000. We entertained two requests. One was $43,000 to replace a truck and plow attachment. The second request was to redesign and rebuild the construction of the pad at the transfer station. This item we're still waiting on information for. We did support some money for that, for the design of the rebuild, but we're still waiting for more information, and we hope we will have that when we do our formal presentation. Lastly, we entertained 5 small project items, as we mentioned before, that we felt that could come from free cash. These items were recurring in nature and not we do not feel that they were capital in nature, so we have recommended those. So would you like us to go through our individual items that we have recommended tonight, or?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, from the tax levy, we've recommended, well, let's wait. Okay, all right, I'll wait just a minute.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you. From the tax levy, we've recommended $120,000 for cruiser replacement. We recognize the need for safe vehicles. The original request was for $179,000. We had, as I said, we had to make sure we stayed within $1.5 million, so we did cut that down to $120,000. The radio system upgrades, we continue to support this item. We have recommended money for this in the past. The switch over to the new system may not happen for 2 years, but we feel that we need to allocate some money for this, so when it does happen, that we're partway there anyways. The next item we recommended was, as I said before, the firearm shooting trailer. We've recommended $100,000, although that's just a drop in the bucket. We're hoping that more funding sources will come forward on that item. On the taser replacement, we recommended 1/3 of the inventory. They requested 1/2 of the inventory, but as we were trying to get down to the $1.5 million, we felt replacing 1/3 of the inventory would be would be helpful, and that they'd have to come forward earlier to do the next phase on that project. Natural Resources requested 2 vehicles. We recommended replacing one of them. It's a 2008. It has high repairs for $49,000. That's a 4x4 cab pickup. On the permitting, the Fish Reef project, the permit expires in 2021. So we did recommend the re-permitting. There may be some matching, this may be used for matching funds in the future, so we recommended $80,000 for that. We also recommended money for dredging and beast nourishment, $50,000 for that item. We recommended the beach vehicle requested. It is used by other departments during the off-season, and this is replacing a 2004 vehicle. So she's hoping maybe to get some type of electric vehicle, but she'll be working with the DPW on that. We recommended replacing a 2000 dump truck. It has very hard miles on it. It has a plow and a sander for $190,000. As I mentioned before, the construction and demolition pad, we're hoping to get more information on that, and we will be recommending some type of design money, but we don't have enough to do the whole $200,000 this year. HVAC repairs, more operating in nature because they happen every year, but we've recommended $50,000 for that item in various buildings. Town hall entry doors is a security and a safety issue, so we recommended $15,000 on that item. The drinking fountains, we've recommended the $20,000, although we did hear that may be a change in the future, that might be able to come from tourism money, so we should have more information when we do our formal presentation on that.
Is that a water filling station or okay.
Yes, it's kind of both. You can fill your water bottles and get a drink. Next item, which is we recommended the Peter Homer Park softball infield renovation, which is currently clay. It's a very muddy condition, so we recommended $17,000 on that item. Bunker and field rakes for the Parks Department to maintain their infrastructure is $12,000. A front end loader for the Parks Department replaces a 1991. With the trade-in, they reduced the cost to $18,750. The next items are from the IT department. PC and components. There are 350 PCs. This is a 5-year replacement plan that the department has put together, so we recommended $55,000 on that. And that particular item may be more operating in nature, since we have to replace PCs every single year. Hopefully someday maybe we'll get that back into the operating budget. Network infrastructure, this is another annual replacement program, $50,500. Next one's the townwide telephone system. The lease expires in June of 2020 of this year. We'll replace over 300 phones, servers, and installation for $130,000. The next item is software licensing, going to 2019 operating system versus 2013. 2013 is being discontinued. The school DY energy management system. This item has been on our list for a couple of years, and it's not that we don't recommend it. We're not, with all the changes in the school system and what we weren't really sure where Dennis stood on this particular item. Our portion of it would be $281,000. We have not recommended that at this time. But we did recommend $50,000 for repairs of the ME small roof. Although there is a statement of interest out there, the chance of that ME small coming forward, as long as Matikes is being worked on, that we just felt they needed something for repairs. The $40,000 we gave them last year, they said really, really helped. A lot less buckets, but so we did recommend $50,000 for that, hopefully. The DY burner, it's a burner replacement. They presented to us the parts weren't available, and they've done a workaround for this winter, but they needed some money to replace the burner at DY. So our share on that is $91,895. So from the tax levy, as I said, it's $1,505,645. Moving forward into the fire department, as we recommended $495,000 from the ambulance fund. This will replace the 2009 ambulance. A repayment on the pumper. It replaces a 2007 vehicle, which has over 100,000 miles. Both of those items have over 100,000 miles. And a Station 1 generator replacement for $40,000. Underwater infrastructure, we have well development for $205,000, facilities improvements, water tank painting, distribution system improvements, and production system hardware, all infrastructure related, for $2,070,000. Under the golf department, as I mentioned before, a dump truck for $50,000. Under roadways, we have $1.5 million for roadways improvements and stormwater improvements. I mentioned before the wastewater vehicle for $43,000 from recycling revenue. And the 5 free cash items that we felt were not capital in nature was for the police department, technology upgrades and technology replacements such as tablets and phones, furniture replacement for the police department, and for the town clerk, voting booths and tabulators for a total of $120,000. There are 2 items under borrowing and grant timing considerations that we were told that would be moving forward with FEMA money, and that would be the town hall attic installation and the roof, some roof repairs over at the Bridgewater University. So that is our the total recommendation of $6,066,201. As I said before, we're here to answer any questions, but we also will be doing our formal PowerPoint presentation at the budget hearing.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments, Mark?
So this is a preview of what we're going to see.
Yes, there might be a few changes.
Okay. Well, I think in some respects I may save most of my questions for later on.
Okay.
I just want to make a couple of notations. In the memo, there was some discussion about our coastal and waterways projects, dredging, Run Pond, the Lewis Bay study. All of these are sort of projects that, in my view, and I'm sure in the view of many of you, are very, very important.
Yes, we agree.
The Lewis Bay is shoaling in, and it continues to complicate our water quality improvement efforts. It's one thing to sewer along Route 28, but if we allow the bay to get clogged up, I mean, to what degree are we really going to realize any of those improvements? We still will fall short of meeting water quality goals. So somehow we've got to figure out a way, and from my point of view, there's a sense of urgency to this. We've got to figure out a way to get that funded. I appreciate the fact that you laid out some thoughts and some recommendations. And I think what we need to do, if indeed we do not address any of those this year, we owe it to the people of this community to figure out a way to come up with a plan on how to fund those improvements. So I mentioned Lewis Bay. We're talking about dredging and, Bass River. I mean, as a coastal community, this is why people come here. So we've got to figure out a way to invest dollars in keeping our waterways clean. And I want you to be very much a part of this process and not just I don't think we can collectively just throw our hands up and say, hey, we got to do something. We need to work together and roll up our sleeves both on this board and elsewhere to figure out how we're going to do it. Because if we don't, we're going to continue to see these problems worsen. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to catch minnows, wade in Run Pond and catch minnows and use them for bait and catch bass. No one could pay me enough to walk in Run Pond now. I wouldn't want anybody's kid to go in Run Pond. I mean, that place, it's awful what's going on there. It's almost criminal. And yes, the Army Corps of Engineers has stepped up and put some money available for that project, but we should at least try to match some of it or put something on the table, maybe to leverage other funding sources. It's the same thing with the Lewis Bay study. We should be more creative in finding ways. And maybe I'm not just directing this to you. It's a broader audience, but we've got to find ways to leverage funds for that work. All of this work is critical, and I just see it sort of piling up and the conditions worsening. And I guess more than anything, I'm just sort of laying out a very serious frustration that we're not offering the taxpayers and the residents of the community who have to deal with these problems. We're not providing them with any answers. We're not providing them with any direction, suggestions. Ultimately, it does require some town meeting vote, and maybe even something on the ballot question. And it may very well be that town meeting says no, but I think at some point we've got to put something before the people so that they can at least render a judgment on whether or not they want to go forward with any of this stuff. So I don't want us to get done, with this capital budgeting process, just sort of collectively sweeping some of this stuff under the rug.
I agree, because many of these things were before us last year, too.
Exactly. I've only been on the board for a couple of years, and it's the same. I'm seeing the same thing, and it's sort of like, well, at some point we need to provide answers. We just can't sweep this stuff under the rug anymore. So, and again, I'm not critical of you. I'm appreciative of the fact that you've highlighted some of this, and you're saying to us, hey, we need to do something. I'm with you. We do, and hopefully, as we get to the end of this process, we can actually take it the next step. So that's all I want to say. I look forward to going over some of the individual projects when we get together to go in detail over the budget.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for the presentation and for the work that you did. Obviously filtering through a lot of projects with big dollars and trying to fit that all in, and turning people down or shaving requests is very difficult.
That's not easy.
I do have one small observation at this point. I'm surprised with all the discussion we had about issues at Bayberry and Bass River that what we saw on the request for golf was a dump truck purchase. I can say the building at Bayberry is in deplorable condition. If you stand outside and look up, it literally looks like it's falling apart. I'm talking about the roof, the siding. It's all chipped and nasty looking. And it's not something apparently that was on the list. I don't know if we've got it in.
It is in the capital plan, the 10-year capital plan for 2023, $2.5 million of repairs to Bayberry and Bass River in the 10-year plan, but.
Okay. I guess what I was looking at is we've got $50,000 in the for a dump truck. Now, the golf course uses its transportation vehicles or maintenance vehicles for 6 months. I don't see why we wouldn't, and if you drive through the Bayberry parking lot, you'll see a bunch of vehicles parked with needles on their windshields. They've been there for quite a while, sitting there, unused. I don't know if they're in running condition, if they are not, but I'm pointing at that not so much as difficulty with those requests as, hey, why can't we cooperate between departments and utilize vehicles across departments so that we don't end up with vehicles sitting around being unused? And I would love to see this $50,000 put into the one of the vehicles that was turned down for natural resources or for DPW, and with the condition that that vehicle be assigned to golf for 6 months at no charge. And instead, the $50,000 to be for golf to be spent on things that are needed on the Bayberry building to make it presentable to the public. So just some thoughts.
And we can surely ask that question before we come forward next time.
Well, I did notice that that item was not ranked on your spreadsheet, so.
The Golf Enterprise Funds and water and fire and ambulance, those are funds that those individual departments work within that boundary to put their projects together. So within golf, they have, as part of their estimates for next year, the ability to purchase, with retained earnings, $50,000 dump truck.
I'm surprised they haven't.
So if we take the dump truck out,
They don't.
well, that's their estimate again. This is what they present to us. And the same for fire from ambulance receipts. So and water from water receipts. They come to us with a plan within those boundaries of their earnings or their fees.
Well, I accept that. I understand what you're saying. I just, again, given the seasonality of the golf operations, I have difficulty understanding why we would
They probably use it for plowing.
allow purchases of vehicles for 6 months of use and have them sitting around in the parking lot.
We can get back to you on the details on that particular vehicle. My understanding, if my memory serves me right, the dump truck they have is really old and dead. And so they do need, what they presented to us was what we thought was a legitimate need. But we can get the details on what the truck is and what it might be replacing.
Well, even if they do replace it and have good reason for replacing it, we turn down other requests for similar vehicles, and I would hope that we would find a way to utilize that golf vehicle instead of having it sit in a parking lot, at least be available for use either in DPW, in the parks area, or natural resources, either one. And correspondingly, that when golf, which is very important to the town in terms of economics, when golf needs something for a couple of months, I would hope that DPW and natural resources are cooperative with them.
Dan, the ambulance repayment, that goes into free cash the following year, or is that?
So, yeah, we'll have eventually it finds its way back, so that we purchased that through the Reserve for Ambulance Fund, right, through the fees, the user fees, and you have to make an appropriation. I believe what we've done here in the past, to avoid market borrowing, we borrowed from stabilization, and that's what the $100,000 payback is going to be, so we pay ourselves back.
Okay.
Yep.
And do we know what their balance?
I don't have, well, the chief's here, he might be able to speak to that, what the effective balance of the reserve fund is right now?
Balance of the reserve fund or the balance on the pump?
The balance of the reserve fund.
I saw $1.6 million the last I saw.
Based on what I've seen as far as the reporting by the consultant, we're at a better pace than we have been in the past. And we, of course, we did have that exercise, so 18 months or there ago, about with the fees and whatnot. So the fund is performing quite well.
Oh, good.
So,
That's good to hear.
yeah.
My one concern generally, well, first I'm going to talk about the splash pad. The splash pad actually made it to our goals this year, I believe.
Well, the person that probably could be best address the ongoing saga that's become the splash pad is Mr. Colby. I had tasked him with.
Sorry, but I can't let it go.
Yeah, I had warned Mr. Colby that would be the case. So
I really want a splash pad.
If you would like to get the full straight story from Mr.
Well,
Colby, he can give you
At some point in
that.
time, I'd like to have the story because.
It wasn't pretty. Yeah.
All right. Well.
I would say.
With that too.
I think we had a discussion. I was surprised to hear that it wasn't supported by the board because it's been brought up by.
I've seen those in a park, in particular in Spokane, Washington, and they're enormously popular.
Oh, you should see the people that go from here to Mashpee.
There was, I think there's some convincing of the Recreation Committee of its worth. I will tell you from where I came from, we built 3 in short order,
Yeah.
4 altogether, and they were the most wild, popular attractions.
Well, by the time we get this, it's going to be like our marina.
I don't disagree with you.
Dog park was 20 years.
I just want to go on the record that
20 years. We talked about a dog park before we got.
I did try to make this an effort to get this an airing, so.
It's a bit ridiculous. But anyway, my real concern is the roof at Emmy Small. And 50,000, 40,000, do we really have an estimate of what it's going to, is $50,000 going to fix it? Is the damage that we're doing now going to cause more damage that's going to cost us more money? This is the problem. We have been very conscientious about repairs and putting money to the side for vehicle repairs because we weren't repairing them, it wasn't in the budget, and then we ended up replacing them. I feel like we're making a significant problem here, and I know it's a lot of money, but I think we need to address it in a way that's going to help fix it, because if we don't, we're going to there's going to be mold, there's going to be all sorts of other issues there, and I don't even know what the long-term use of the school is, but I know one year we gave nothing altogether because, they didn't come with a presentation that was anything that we could buy into, but we've had this conversation about our people going and actually looking at the cost and giving us a good number to fix the leaks. So I don't think $50,000 is going to do it, and I'm concerned it's going to cost us more money in the long run. So I've always been of the mindset that we should invest our money where we could actually save. This may not be a savings, but certainly doing it this way is going to end up costing us more money.
Along the same line, I note that the roof repair for ME is on the 10-year capital plan. Is that just a placeholder, or is there any real planning in terms of repairing that roof? Because I remember Carol Woodbury saying that if at the time she designated Matakese as a building that needed to be either renovated or replaced, if she had it to do over again, she would have made the designation that ME Small was the first priority because it was even in worse condition. Now, I don't know about, I'm not saying that that's either an accurate statement or not, I'm just saying it was a statement that was made. And if that is the case, it seems to me that making, again, fully appreciating Tracy's comments. On the other part of the equation is, if that is true, how can you justify, an expenditure of a couple $1 million for a roof to a building that is inevitably going to have to be replaced? So I'm just wondering why that is showing up on the 10-year capital plan, and whether it seems to me it's probably just a placeholder. Is that correct?
It seemed like it.
All right.
They didn't really want to talk about it very much.
All right. The 10-year capital plan was put together by administration for articles that were larger than what we could fund, so it probably is just a placeholder at this point. The school did say they would take $250,000, which would do a whole section of the roof.
How much?
$250,000, but.
How much do we have in our capital reserve?
It's a good question for Rich. I can't answer it.
$128? No. It's currently $1,279,000.
Yeah, I think we ought to use part of that for this purpose, and at least make a significant investment in that roof.
Well, I think we need to do what we need to do at a minimum to make sure that it is we don't know how long we don't know what the overall plan is, and this was my argument to the school committee when they were talking about capital. If it's a better use of money in the long term to put it, but in the meantime, we have children and we have teachers, and they're working in what's my opinion, from what I understand, an unhealthy environment, and that is not okay. So
I agree completely. I guess what I'm...
We may not need $1 million, but we need to...
What I'm suggesting is that we signal our willingness to stand up with a substantial amount of money if the school committee is going to say, we believe we need to move forward, and that school is going to be a viable part of our plan for the future. They're going to say that to us, and we say, here's the money to do at least half the project or some significant amount, then I think at least we're making some progress at that point.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes.
So my recommendation on this would be, the school, like the schools do, they play the game with the statement of interests, and that'll just be out there forever. So my best advice in this particular scenario would be, no matter what the school's future planned use of the building is, whether they want to stay there or they revert it to us, the most important thing is that the building envelope is got integrity to it. And the roof, we already know, because since I've been here, we've been talking about it. My recommendation, we have with the DPW on-call architect and engineering services, we could ask for them to generate an estimate on as it would take to renovate the rooftop. We might need some sum of money to do that, but we'd get an estimate to report that to you. From there, then you can decide if it is a straight approach or safe approach to piecemeal it. My thought process on this particular case, based on the age and already the amount of leaking that's going on, there's probably a lot of underlayment damage that's significant throughout the building. And without getting some type of analysis done on that, we continue to just like play pin the tail on the donkey and not really know what we're up against. So I can report probably back in some amount of weeks what the estimates for the engineering outfits are, and then you'll be able to better decide how you want to do it. If we can piecemeal it, do it by a section for $250,000. I mean, one of the frustration parts that I've had here is I think we've communicated to the district our frustrations here, but we never come back with it never comes back to us with a concrete, hard number for moving forward with action. So we can certainly do that for you.
And the other thing I would add to that is, to Sandy's point earlier, we ask everybody to give us, their 5-year outlook for equipment, and then a 10-year outlook for anything over $1 million. Yep. And the $1 million for the roof is the only thing we get from the district as their 10-year outlook.
Well, I think if we at least took that step, got an indication that we're willing to use capital reserves for that purpose. We wouldn't want to deplete the entire capital reserve that we've built up over 4 or 5 years. But I think that at least by making a significant designation of availability that might get the ball moving.
Yeah, well, to Selectman Post's point, I agree with her that we are continuing to throw good money after a bad situation.
We need to make sure of that first before we put any money into it. But at the same time, it's unfortunate the game that the state plays that
That's
we've
correct.
learned
Sure. Right.
with Matakey's in terms of its overall, the way it is, and they get more benefits for it being bad. But ultimately, it's our building, and it's embarrassing that that building is in our town, and that the teachers are working in that, and our children are in that environment. So, we keep doing this. We had the same conversation last year, because we didn't have numbers last year that we had any confidence in, and I said, it's our building, we need to take our staff and go over there and look at it and come up with something that we're comfortable with, because we aren't getting that, but we have to have it. I wanted to ask you where we were at with utilizing the software. Were you able to utilize any of the information that we have with the policy that's in place, the software, with all the data? Was that helpful to you this year?
Yes, it's been very helpful to us on the vehicles to know, what the repairs are, what the conditions are. So that report has been very helpful from the departments.
Good.
It's just a lot of work to keep it maintained, but it has been very helpful. We appreciate it.
That's a good point, just to let the board know. So as we do the DPW building, that'll have a centralized modern garage. We'll put all the mechanic effort, including the police mechanic, into that building. And at that point, we'll make some personnel-related adjustments such that there's ownership of fleet management. We're trying to piecemeal it together based on how we operate today, but I would anticipate as we move forward to the future, the data use of that device of that software will be much better going forward in the future, so.
Great.
And I'll ask the same question I ask every year. Was there anything, we didn't talk about the items that you didn't recommend, but were there any items there that would have ultimately had some type of cost savings that we would have seen for the small investment? I assume that would have made the rating go up and probably would have made the list, but
I
just want to make sure.
The energy management system, maybe.
Well,
the piece of equipment for DPW that was relocatable.
The tree device? Yeah.
Thank you. So that they could compress this into a 36-inch place to move it rather than bringing a big truck in to do things like roof inspections or tree removals to get it. So it had a platform that would lift up, and that's
we didn't
have a good sense of how much had been spent over the last year on similar operations where outside contractors had to be brought in or other equipment had to be rented to make the comparison. But that one looked like it might have, like a potential cost savings.
Okay, and that's the 140 aerial?
Yes.
Okay, something I think we should definitely look at, because I think that information might have been helpful, and maybe at least now we can track it moving forward, so that way we know maybe next year if it's beneficial.
I think during the tornado, they had a lot of rental issues on equipment like that. Whether they would have it on a yearly basis, if what the town-wide needs were, was a question that we had on an annual basis.
Well, thank you for all your work on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Eric?
Thank you. I don't really have any questions in addition to what's already been asked, and when I do, I'll save for the formal presentation just in case anything changes. The one thing that wasn't asked that I am curious about is for the fire chief, and that's the balance on the pumper. That was one of the, Tracy asked the other question, so I was curious about the balance on the pump truck.
One more payment.
How much?
60,000.
So you're saying there's one payment of $60,000?
In the next year's capital. I got to double check with Rich and Ed, but that was my calculations. I might be off a little. I don't know. It might be all paid off. But I think we still had the $60,000 obligation.
Rich will let us know.
Sure. Yeah, pay it.
Best of my recollection, again, that was 4 years ago.
They give us the hard numbers.
There was another question I had that it goes back some amount of time to when we decided on a minimum amount of capital funding per year for the fire department. And there were years where the fire department didn't have enough money to meet those minimum spending requirements, and they were borrowing money from the town. And for a while, I used to ask for updates on what the status of that borrowing was, and then I either forgot or lost interest. But so can you give us, where is that at now?
I think we're doing very well, as the town administrator cited. The ambulance account's doing well. About $1.3 million, and Rich, please jump in and correct me if my figures are off, but about $1.3 million is covering wages and overtime. Those are funding actual positions on the department for personnel. That leaves us, depending on the year, somewhere between 5 and 6. And with prior town administration, when Mr. Hinchy was here, I think that's what you're referring to,
Yeah.
he said try to keep it and do your projections out. Try to spend somewhere in the 5, keep it under 6, definitely, but be 5, right around 5 or 6 is manageable based on the past history of that ambulance account performing.
Right.
Now, as we go forward, if we end up with a little bit, we probably won't have to borrow from stabilization as often like we did. So a large purchase like a pumper, with equipment, you're over $600,000. But again, that's a 25-year truck that we're going to have. But we got rid of a 1986 in 2016 to buy that new pumper. But we didn't have enough. If I put all the resources towards the pumper, then we can't buy anything else. Right. So it was very creative to be able to borrow from stabilization and just make a payment back rather than paying a lease purchase with the manufacturer.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. So thank you very much for all your work, and like I said, I'll hold my questions to see if perhaps anything changes at the next more formal presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your work, and we really appreciate it and look forward to continuing from here. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a related question on capital.
Do you want to address that too?
Well, it's probably to Rich and to Dan with regard.
But you don't need the whole thing. Okay, you don't need the whole thing.
It's with regard to both capital stabilization and our general stabilization funds. I'm assuming we invest those funds appropriately and earn interest. Where does the interest get credited? Does it
It's
get
retained
credited?
within those funds.
It's credited to those funds?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I will say, having been around this game a while, the treasurer does an excellent job with her investment team on those returns. It's been doing quite well, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Look out.
Now we have the DHY discussion.
Yeah, for the DHY discussion, we've asked Dave Young to come in, and Kurt's here, and Rich to, of course, we were planning on being pre-town meeting next week, but that's obviously been pushed off due to the delay we've had in retaining Weston and Sampson to do the independent audit of the price proposals. But what we wanted to do, though, is provide you an update as where the DHY subcommittee group has been with the recent discussions on the agreement. Thanks.
Copy of the agreement in here. Is there a copy of the agreement anywhere here? Do we have it?
Oh, that's meant, do you have a copy?
The agreement was emailed to us separately.
Yeah.
It was not part of this packet. And I was reading it before I came here, and I think I left it on my desk.
I can generate a copy if you want. You want a copy?
Sorry.
No, I think I was.
No, I'll make a copy for everybody.
All right, thank you.
Are we waiting for Dan, or?
Well, he went to make copies of the agreement.
Yeah, he's going to make us a copy of the agreement, but you can start. I don't think we have to wait for the agreement.
Water Resource Advisory Committee has had a series of recommendations over the last several months. Last night, they met to discuss one in particular in anticipation of this meeting and some further meetings, particularly a 3-town Board of Selectmen meeting regarding DHY, and so this was an update on DHY. And they discussed their recommendation to recommend to the Board of Selectmen to participate in the DHY Community Partnership, which was the memo that they reviewed last night and consented to distribute tonight to you. And Kurt Sears, the chairman of that committee, will walk you through that recommendation, as well as some commentary from other committee members. And Dave Young from CDM Smith is here to update you on the status of the agreement. Go ahead, Kurt.
Okay. We met last night. My name's Kurt Sears, for those who don't know in the world. Dave Young to my far right, John DeLizzo, Tom Roach is behind me from the committee. Back in October, we discussed the potential of Yarmouth joining the DHY partnership, and we voted in favor, recommended the town of Yarmouth joins the community partnership with the towns of Dennis and Yarmouth. There are many reasons why the committee felt this regional approach was the most beneficial to Yarmouth, both from an economic and an operational perspective. The following reasons were specifically noted as benefits to Yarmouth if the town joins DHY. Construction savings of about $6 million, but an even more significant would be the operational cost savings of nearly $1 million annually for Phase 1, climbing to over $4 million annually at build-out, due to economy of scale by utilizing one treatment facility and joint effluent reuse locations. No treatment plant would have to be located in Yarmouth, which would free up valuable municipal land for other uses. Effluent will be located in beneficial Yarmouth locations such as the Bass River Golf Course. And a regional approach provides the best opportunity for 0% or subsidized loan program offerings on a competitive basis from the state. There's also a state commitment of $1 million to DHY through the environmental bond bill, as well as potential advantages when applying for additional grant opportunities. Yarmouth would still maintain full control over its collection system in the implementation of it, and the treatment facility would be managed by appointed commissioners, and significant budgetary matters would require Yarmouth participation. There was some concerns that the two other towns could gang up on us, but the way this is set up, they really can't. And if they attempted to, they would hurt themselves at the same time. So we feel confident that what's been structured is the best way to go as far as the management of that. And simplification of governance for wastewater operations with a governance structure that follows a proven model and provides flexibility and transparency needed for a successful project. It would also improve treatment with a more consistent year-round wastewater flow if we combined all the towns together in the treatment plant. And for many of the reasons noted above, the RAC feels strongly that the town of Yarmouth is best served to work with our neighbors to arrive at a wastewater solution that will restore our valuable water resources and promote economic development along Route 28. So that's the short and sweet of that. We're all here for questions if you have any. I believe Dave has also a short presentation on the agreement itself.
So we'll go to Dave.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
New Year.
I gave you a hard copy handout, a few slides. Most of these you have seen. I'm skipping what Kurt went through for the cost and what is actually included. But for the public, just to remind you, collection system stays with Yarmouth, and the DHY would just be for the treatment plant and effluent recharge facilities. Would encourage anyone who has interest in the DHY and what's been happening since June of 2017 in the subgroup meetings to go to the dhycleanwaters.org website. That contains the latest version of the agreement. It contains the special legislation that was signed by the governor on October 15th of this past year. And then again, that special legislation just allows for the creation of the DHY. It still requires each town to pass the agreement. And it also has all the minutes from the monthly meetings that have been occurring from the various subgroup attendees and different presentations. So a lot of good information on there. Again, we created that website so that everyone's looking at the same document, not posting different documents on different communities' websites. So I'll just go through a few slides, give you a brief overview of status and what is in the agreement. Certainly there's 18 sections in there, a lot of information, so I'm not going to cover every detail. I'd be happy to answer questions later. Again, this all started with trying to save the community's money, and the best way to do that was to build one treatment plant versus 3 treatment plants, one in each community. This is a separate entity, and that's why it required the special legislation to create it. But again, each community maintains most of the control over implementation of their system, being 75% of the cost of the overall program is in the collection system. And the template that's been used for this is the MFN Regional Wastewater District, which has been up and running since 2014, which is for the towns of Mansfield, Foxborough, and Norton. The governance, excuse me, the governance of this is to be run by a 7-member commission, 3 members from the town of Yarmouth, 2 from the town of Dennis, and 2 from the town of Harwich. Those are appointed by the boards of selectmen in Yarmouth and Harwich, and in Dennis by the Board of Selectmen, and a recent change requested by Dennis instead of the town moderator by the Finance Committee. The Board of Selectmen would, being the designated authority, particularly here as your sewer commissioners, would make that appointment, 3-year term, and they would oversee the district working with an executive director who would do the day-to-day operations. The commissioners can be appointed from the different positions you see up there or a qualified town resident. But the goal was to make sure it was someone who was committed to their role as a commissioner and in implementing policies established by that community. Again, 3-year terms, and can be removed by the guidelines established within a given community. This is the one that's had probably the most discussion over the last 2.5 years. But I think it's been pretty well vetted lately, and the different revisions have been incorporated as discussed with the 3 towns. But just to give an overview, the budget on any given year, and when I say budget, I'm also talking annual budget as well as a 5-year budget projection, would be issued by a majority vote of the commissioners each November 1st. And the commissioners would then go out to each community and discuss it with the appropriate boards. There would also be a public hearing held so that the public would have their say as well, to make sure that that important component, they had their opportunity to have their say. And then the commission, member towns, after that November-December period, sometime mid-December, early January, would hold a 3-town Board of Selectmen meeting, a joint 3-town meeting, to approve the draft partnership budget. And a quorum of that meeting would be a minimum of 2 selectmen from each community, meeting to have a quorum of 8 total selectmen. And the budget would be passed at that meeting by a majority vote of those present. Should the vote not be positive, the reasons for not approving the budget would need to be put down in writing so that the commissioners would have the opportunity to appropriately respond to the concerns being expressed. That could either be done at that meeting, or another meeting could be called at that time. In any regard, though, the commission by January 15th of a given year would need to adopt a budget with a 2/3 vote of the commissioners. And that's an important aspect because that requires a commissioner from the town of Yarmouth to be voting in the positive manner. And then the budget, and the reason, and I'll go through why I'm emphasizing some of these dates in a moment, that would be issued out to each of the towns by February 1st, so that that is in everyone's planning process. So just to summarize, because there were a lot of words there, I tried to simplify this. In November, a majority vote of the commissioners to issue the budget. November, December, public input through a public hearing, which is an officially notified, noticed meeting, just not putting it on a Board of Selectmen agenda. In December, January, they would hold the Selectmen's meeting. And then in January, a two-third vote from the commission, which again would require at least one of the Yarmouth commissioners to vote for the budget in order to get that two-thirds number 5 commissioners to vote for it. And again, annual budgets and projected 5-year capital plans so that there are no surprises going forward. By having the 5-year plan, it's not like in 2 years or 3 years some surprise should crop up unless it's unforeseen. So everyone should know what's coming forward. Quorums, non-financial issues, requires at least 4 of the commissioners of the 7 commissioners to be present with a representative from each community, again, for transparency. Financial issues requires 5 of the commissioners to be present, and again, 1 from each community. And the executive director would have the ability to just act and authorize items under $30,000, more or less for the day-to-day type operations. Apportionment of the cost. They've been divided into operating and capital. Capital costs are apportioned based on the percentage of the average daily flow capacity owned in a treatment plant by a given community. And similarly, the operating costs are split into 2 components, being semi-fixed cost, which are apportioned based on the percent of the capacity owned by a community. And that is to cover staff, overhead, those types of things that don't really change all that much based on the amount of flow coming to the treatment plant. You need a certain number of operators to operate a plant, and whether it's at half the flow or 90% of the flow, you still need roughly that same number of staff. And then the second component is the flow variable cost, and that would be a portion based on the actual amount of flow that a given community is sending to the treatment plant during that 1-year time period. And that has been broken into electricity, chemicals, and solids disposals. And that's because those are the 3 items that really do change based on the amount of flow being received at the treatment plant. Some of the items that have come up during the local reviews, I've been to the other 2 communities, Dennis and Harwich, holding similar meetings like we are here tonight. And then those items, I think when I was here last, we went through the process for going, you bring it up through your local subgroup representatives. They would bring it to the subgroup that meets monthly, have a discussion, and see whether any revision should be made to the agreement. But some of the ones that have come up are in Dennis, the commissioner appointment. As I noted, it's been switched. It really only impacts Dennis. It's been switched from the town moderator to the finance committee. And then one of the selectmen had raised the issue over whether term limits should be written into the document. And that was agreed by the subgroup that that didn't need to be put in there, where there are 3-year rotating terms, and it's appointed by the authority acting as sewer commissioners. So they felt that that addressed that item, so no change was made. In Harwich, there were some questions on some of the dates. That January 15th and February 1st dates were questioned as to whether they were early enough. But after discussion and input from town administrators and town finance folks, they all felt very comfortable with those dates, so those dates have not been changed. There was also a request to, in the procurement of professional services by the district, that the district commissioners be required to come up with a policy for any professional services acquired that were over a $25,000 limit, or to set a limit as part of that policy. Excuse me. In Yarmouth, there has been some questions and discussions on the commission makeup. Again, to refresh everyone's memory, at one point it was 2 members from Yarmouth, 2 members from Dennis, and 1 from Harwich. And then about a year ago now, that was revised to be 3 commission members from Yarmouth, 2 from Dennis, and 2 from Harwich. And I think overall there's been general acceptance of that. You know, it's not flow proportional directly, but it does reflect that Yarmouth is sending more flow, but it also does reflect that Dennis is accepting the treatment plant too. So, and for Harwich's perspective, it gives them a little more say and not just relying on one commissioner. We talked about some of the budget approval process. There was some concern whether at that at the Selectmen's meeting, if Yarmouth, for instance, didn't agree with the proposed budget that was put out by the commissioners, but the other 2 towns did agree, and so it passed by majority vote. You know, would Yarmouth still get a say in the process? And the answer is yes, because, again, one of the commissioners from Yarmouth has to vote in order to get a 2/3 vote of a final budget. So the subgroup felt that that was covered as well. There was an issue over clarifying whether payment in lieu of taxes could be charged by one of the other communities, and that was put in there specifically. The wording tightened up because there was agreement a long time ago by the subgroup members anyway that that would not occur, so it was specifically added into the document that payment in lieu of taxes would not be able to be charged. And then there's been some discussion, which we can certainly talk about further if need be, about some of the environmental risk of one community. You know, we use the instance here, Yarmouth piping their wastewater over to Dennis for the treatment plant, If that pipe should break in an environmentally sensitive area, what would happen? What are the costs versus trading that off versus keeping all the wastewater locally in town? You know, we had some good discussion, I think, on that, and there's some things that can be done, certainly during the final design phase, to help address those further, such as valving, pipe types, whether a redundant pipe is required or not. But we haven't even got into the details of, you know, one of the issues was a pipe going over High Bank Road. Well, we're trying to, at this point, find out whether we even have an open embayment or an open bay in the High Bank Road Bridge, which we think we do. Gas companies indicated that one of the high-pressure gas lines will be abandoned in the near future, so we'd be able to use that bay and not have to directionally drill, which makes it more accessible. So if there were a break, you can get to it. The trade-off is, you know, if you had a treatment plant in Yarmouth, then you've got chemical trucks coming into Yarmouth, you've got sludge disposal trucks coming into Yarmouth on a regular basis, which with a treatment plant in Dennis, you don't have those. So there are risks to discuss, and it's a good discussion, but I think there's a lot of good trade-offs, and certainly those risks can be minimized when we get into design phase. Some of the items still to be refined, refined being my term. I think I walked in when the town administrator was raising my name on the second item, but I'll start with the first one. And that's the one we just talked about, pumping. We've been looking at different pumping scenarios. The original plan called for Yarmouth to send most of your wastewater on the southern portion anyway, across the Route 28 Bass River Bridge to a common pumping station in Dennis located over at Route 134 and 28. Similarly, Harwich would pump along 28 over to that, and then potentially DHY would own that common pumping station, force mains up to the treatment plant. But again, it's trying to continue to look at ways to minimize cost and looking at the sequencing of the phasing plans that the communities are looking at now. We've been working with your town staff and probably leaning more towards Yarmouth directly pumping now over to Dennis instead of putting a long force main in that's not really being used other than to convey your wastewater on Route 28. Costs are about the same, but logistics are much easier by doing that. But again, final decision has not been done. The second bullet, sequencing and sharing of the effluent recharge facilities at the Bass River Golf Course. Again, the concept there is it'd be subsurface leaching fields underneath your fairways there. We actually had the golf course architect on board. He had come up with some plans, had presented them to the Golf Enterprise Committee, gotten some feedback from them. But we really haven't taken it any further at that point because we know you folks have been looking at the whole golf situation in Yarmouth and trying to figure out what the vision is for that. So we need to continue those discussions. I think the question I heard that Dan had raised was how long might Bass River be out of service if we did that? And that question's still on the table. Do we want to build it all in 1 year? Or since, if you're just replacing or building leaching fields under your existing fairways and not rebuilding the course, rerouting the course, making improvements there, you could do that over a multi-year period. Start in the fall, go in, lay down sod, be back up and running in the spring. If you want to rebuild your course and make it into more of a today's course, make the safety improvements that have been recommended, and a bunch of other things, then you might want to do it all in 1 year time frame and take the course out of service and do those. So all those discussions are on the table. The same with the clubhouse. There was a couple plans put forth that you would be up and running and continue to use the clubhouse, but build a new one on the other end of the parking lot. Give you a little bit more view down the Bass River. You could make that into whatever you want, more of a outdoor sitting area or whatever it may be. That's your vision. That's not ours. And then all that needs to be discussed with the DHY commissioners. But I think, they all have an investment in that facility because they're paying for the effluent recharge. And they understand, depending on the construction sequencing, if it's impacting your revenues in that year, then that's a cost of building that facility, so that needs to be shared as well. So a lot of issues to put on the table. A lot of them need to be discussed further. It's more or less been put on hold because we've been waiting for direction back. But I don't think there's anything that can't be solved there. They all run golf courses. They all understand the issues, and maybe there's some synergy there during the period if it were out that there could be deals worked out to share golf course facilities amongst the three towns as well. Just throwing out ideas. And then the last one, we have discussed coordination with the Mass Department of Transportation. Your DPW director has reached out, and we're trying to get an update meeting face-to-face with those project managers at MassDOT now to talk about the projects in the three towns. I do know Transportation Secretary Pollock was down here on the Cape a month or so ago, and she had some discussion with some folks down here, and the item of all this work being done on Route 28, interacting with MassDOT projects, was brought to her attention, and she agreed that she would form a committee to work with the three-town staff down here to make sure that that was dovetailed together and make sure it did happen. So we're trying to follow up on that and make sure that that does come together. Schedule going forward. The DHY subgroup meetings, as I said, continued on go. Those are the monthly ones. Local meetings like we're having here tonight to discuss the agreement and any other questions regarding cost. There is a peer review that the contract has just been signed with another consultant, Weston and Sampson. to review the cost that we had put together and to review the agreement. One of the key folks for that firm was involved in the MFN agreement development representing the town of Norton. So I think that's good for them to be reviewing that. There is a three-town, because the DHY agreement got delayed in being signed a little bit, the three-town meeting was pushed from January to February 27th. I believe a save-the-date flyer has been sent out with a proposed agenda on that to you folks. And then hopefully the selectmen in each town would take a vote to either endorse or not endorse the DHY agreement somewhere in the January to March timeframe. I would tell you that the town of Dennis voted, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, and they have already voted and voted to endorse the agreement unanimously. Harwich has not taken any votes at this point, so just keep you up to date on that. And, you know, it's going to be a continuing education effort right up to the town meetings that are being held in April, May. I believe you're, what, April 28th, and the other two towns are May 5th and 6th, I believe. So should the towns endorse it and vote it at their town meetings, then looking forward, the agreement would be signed probably in the June, July timeframe. The communities would then submit their final either comprehensive wastewater management plan or notice of project change to revise previously approved comprehensive wastewater management plans, so that it's the recommended plan is for the DHY program, and that is a key aspect of getting 0% interest loans going forward, that you have an approved plan. And then the communities would appoint their commissioners in the June, July timeframe as well. And then summertime, we'd work with the Cape delegation to be actively pursuing the $1 million that was put into the environmental bond bill, due in part to a lot of their efforts for that. And that would be helped to fund some of the activities for DHY in some of the initial years. And the commissioners would then go out and hire what's presumed to be a part-time executive director to help oversee some of the day-to-day operations. But the key aspect is it would probably start then a 2-year design period for the treatment plant and effluent recharge, followed by 3 years of construction. That's really dovetailing in to make sure that the communities, if you're doing your collection system, that you've got the time frame in that period as well to put the sewer system in and get your connections so that wastewater flow actually then starts to show up at the treatment plant, and the treatment plant can be started up. So that covered a lot in a short period. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions or go back and cover anything that I covered too quickly.
And I may just add real quickly, just to reiterate, especially to the public, these monthly meetings are attended by representatives from each of the 3 towns. For Yarmouth, it's our town administrator, Dan Knappich. Selectman Forrest attends on behalf of the board. Myself and Jeff Colby attend as staff. And Kurt Sears attends on behalf of the Water Resources Advisory Committee. And we do, as a group, take back all the feedback that we get. For example, we had quite a bit of feedback from our last update, and specifically met with Chairman Stone and Selectman Holcomb on some of those issues, and talked out a lot of the things that Dave briefed you on, and brought them back to that working group. And by and large, I think they've been receptive to our changes, and to the extent we propose some changes, they've been receptive to agreeing to them, or at least talking out why we don't think we need to make a change. And ultimately, I think we've got a pretty good product in, as David's laid out here tonight, and as the RAC has recommended to the Board of Selectmen. And I don't know if John or Kurt, you had any final wrap-up comments on the recommendation?
No, I think
Okay.
we pretty well covered it.
Great.
I have a question. It's a technical one about the composition of the commissioners. It says that there's a category from which you can appoint people, a selectman, DPW director, et cetera. And one of the categories are, I believe, water commissioners. And it says you can't have more than 2 people from any category. But the selectmen in Yarmouth are also the water commissioners. So if Yarmouth were to appoint one selectman as a selectman representative and one selectman as a water commissioner, how does that stand with that agreement?
I would believe you would be able to appoint a selectman as a selectman role and a sewer commissioner as a sewer commissioner role. You hold different meetings, right? Do you post different meetings?
You will be. That's if this is successful.
The answer is, in all probability, that will be the practice.
Good, because we need more to do. I love meetings. I want to come to more. I want to come to more meetings.
Well, that actually raises a pretty good question as it relates to, because there is a lot on your plate between water, wastewater commission, the regular board business. The idea that we would generate our own wastewater enterprise coupled with the development of our own collection system. And so I think at some point the board should probably have, I can work with legal, town council to generate what some of the options going forward would be. But I'm sensitive to the workload. Once this stuff gets activated, you're going to need to have dedicated eyes on it, and it's a lot.
I'm just raising that as a theoretical question, really, in terms of the drafting of the agreement. I mean,
I don't know how somebody could definitely argue, Mike, that you're still a selectman regardless. If you're as a representative,
yeah, but
as a
that
water
doesn't
commissioner.
make me any less of a water and sewer commissioner.
It's a good question. The only business we've ever had in terms of being a water commissioner before is setting fees, and that's the board's position, is set fees.
If I had you in a witness stand, I'd say I want you to answer this question, yes or no, ma'am. Are you a water and sewer commissioner, yes or no? That would be it.
Well, that's a good point. That's why we put on a quarterly basis the updates as water commissioners and incorporate it as part of your normal meetings to try to, bring that back to life for that role as we go down that effort. But, I mean, as you know, there is no shortage of things that occupy your time.
I'm not saying a selectman would even want to do this, really, either as a selectman or as a water and sewer commissioner. The other thing that leaves a lot of flexibility, it says, or any other qualified resident of the town. I guess qualified in the eyes of the appointing authority.
Correct. There was a lot of discussion over the term.
That's a subjective standard that nobody can question, really. So despite those categories,
But you're not qualified, so.
Well, one opinion, one woman's opinion.
I'm just saying.
We haven't heard from the men yet.
How do you quantify that?
Didn't say qualified selectmen. So.
There's none of those either.
I assure you, I have no ambition to.
I kid.
John, did you have a comment?
I did. Bear in mind, you're creating a new administrative agency.
Yep.
And so you don't have a lookalike template within town government. Fortunately, you do have the analogy to the Mansfield, Foxborough, Norton system, which has been up and running for several years. It's also pretty obvious that a project of this scope is going to need, sooner or later, a revisit. There's no way you're going to come out of the box with a $100+ million infrastructure program, the building, if you will, a utility, and not have to periodically go back and tweak and tune. The art form here is to get started. Barnstable has had pipes in the ground for somewhere between 40 and 50 years,
right.
More than that. And Yarmouth is increasingly addressing, frankly, it's more than a nitrogen problem. When we started with this, the RAC, Water Resource Advisory Committee, we were of the view it was somewhat confined to the nitrogen problem in town. Well, the nitrogen problem, sooner or later, and maybe sooner, is going to become the water problem. And so it's starting to become more and more imperative that Yarmouth, if you will, get pipes in the ground. And that's going to take a little bit of a leap of faith. You know, a lot of good minds have looked at this agreement, you know, looked at precedent in other communities. And, you know, at some point, hopefully in the next few months, the town of Yarmouth will address this, make the formal recommendations to the town meeting, and we get on with it.
Right.
So, thanks.
If I could just add, Mr. Chairman, the three towns of Orleans, Eastham, and Brewster were the owners and operators of a regional treatment plant. And the representatives of each of the towns consisted of the town managers. So you had a board of managers, and town manager from Eastham was representing Eastham. The town manager for Orleans represented Orleans, and same with Brewster. And in reviewing the history of that regional treatment plant, that was an organizational framework and arrangement that worked quite well. Each of the managers, you know, they had a ongoing working relationship. I'm not suggesting, or I'm not promoting a model, but I'm just saying that we've been down, you know, other towns have been down this road before, and it hasn't been a problem. And they've been able to work it out and get the right people on. I think in the beginning it's going to be a time commitment, but I think, Dan, your suggestion of putting together some kind of memo or outline of our organizational options, I think is very much in order, and I think it's something that might be helpful to have vetted with the Water Resources Advisory Group, so that we can have a chance to get your input on it, your thoughts on it. The only other point I want to make is I've been the board's representative on these monthly meetings, and I will say that there's been a fair amount of exchange between all of the three towns on some of these issues that were raised that reflect that are reflected and dealt with in the agreement, particularly the budget process. I know we sort of put that, I think we ascribed most of that concern to Harwich, but Dennis was pretty focused on that as well. And the Dennis Finance Committee had a lot, and it came up during a time where we had unresolved issues with Dennis as it relates to our regional facility. But we were able to work through that. And like I said, I think there's been a fair amount of give and take on the agreement. And I was quite pleased. I watched the Dennis Select Board meeting. They brought this up and discussed it, and they dispensed with it like within 5 minutes. They had vetted it. They had spent a number of meetings beforehand, but they endorsed it. I appreciate the fact that it's got your committee's endorsement. I certainly endorse it. I think we're at a point now where we're pretty much finished, you know, tweaking it here, tweaking it there. I think we're at this point. We should, unless there are questions from other board members that I have yet to hear. I think we've had really good opportunity to get input from all the towns, and so I think the way the agreement's been structured now, I certainly endorse it the way it is, and hopefully we'll have a chance to. I don't know if the plan was to sort of bring it up for an endorsement by the board, but I would like to either vote to endorse it tonight or at least identify the specific questions or issues that need to be addressed. It would be nice to have this sort of nailed down and having a good sense of where we're at on this as a board before we have that meeting next month.
I think if I might, Mr. Chairman, I think our, you know, because obviously the schedule here has changed a little bit, but I think what we would like to be able to do is have an opportunity to discuss that topic with the board after the peer review information comes in from the Weston and Sampson, and then prior to going into the three-town again, there might be some unresolved issues as individual board members have that might only be able to get resolved on that face-to-face. So I don't necessarily think that tonight we have. I know maybe there's some sentiment in Harwich that they want to wait for the third-party review. And at this point, I mean, Dennis was ahead of us by a year, I think it's fair to say, because you've been there from the beginning. They were ahead of us by about a year in this planning effort, so they're a little bit more comfortable with that concept. And, of course, being the host to the plant, there's some great benefit to them for that as well as from a cost savings perspective. So,
what's the anticipated date of when that peer review would be accomplished by?
The goal is to have that review completed by that three-town meeting on the 27th.
For that meeting?
Yes. And depending on where it stands or what's uncovered, they may actually do a presentation at that meeting.
Yeah, but I do think based on some feedback we've had with the board, I think that there might be one or two resolved items that only you can solve amongst the three boards, you know.
Yeah, and how are these other issues to be resolved? I mean, if you vote to endorse the plan, for example, with the Bass River Golf Course being unresolved, I mean, I'd be a little hesitant to make a categorical endorsement, even though in concept I endorse it, without resolution of some of those issues, that issue and others like it. Is that going to be, shared, the cost of the recharge at Bass River? Should it be a shared item, for example? And if it should be in the agreement.
Oh, absolutely. Building the effluent recharge facility will be shared proportionally as will shared building the treatment plant. They're integral to one another.
What is that agreed to?
All the facility costs are agreed to as capital costs. So any capital cost that DHY is control of is shared in the flow proportional basis.
So with regard to how that would work for the town of Yarmouth, in this case, it's not just simply, we're not just committing a empty piece of land that which you can build a plant on.
Right.
We're committing a facility that already is developed. So if we move forward, the DHY commissioners would have to negotiate with Yarmouth to construct that facility on our site. And as Dave alluded to, part of the cost of developing that infrastructure is lost revenues. And so I would anticipate that's part of our discussion with them. But that presumes that we have our house in order and know exactly what we want to do as far as development of and capital improvement of our golf course. So it's not as easy as just saying, let's just put something in the ground at Bass River, because it might be our, locally for just the town of Yarmouth, it might also be our best opportunity to do something different depending on what, this Board of Selectmen and others see as the vision for that golf course.
I see.
So there might be, for example, I could envision a scenario where they could do it for X amount of dollars, but we don't want to do it that way because we want something different or better. Maybe we want a clubhouse in a better location, for example. So it might cost more than what just doing it would be.
Shared expense would be.
So maybe we pick up
some additional costs that we would pick up.
Right. So we might be agreeable to do that if that fit what we wanted to do. So I think that those types of things won't be known for April 28th.
I see.
But we have baked in, as part of the planning costs, the cost of developing that site for a DHY facility.
Okay.
Yeah, so until we get further direction from town of Yarmouth as to what you want that facility to look like, over and above what it's there today and putting in leaching fields below the fairways.
Right.
Which would be presumably a Yarmouth cost.
Right.
But probably a lesser cost because you're doing it as part of another project. So you get that economy of scale. Clubhouse would be totally Yarmouth. DHY has nothing to do with that.
Right.
And then the time frame or over what construction sequence period, I think is really the only item remaining to be discussed.
And the displacement of the golf and the loss of revenue for that.
Any costs related to that, sure.
So, I think it's a good discussion to have. I think your point about sharing the facilities maybe perhaps would be on the table for the other communities to receive our golfers in that interim as well. It would be something that we should talk about.
Norm?
I've got a couple of questions at this point. The apportionment of, or the budgeting process has been discussed at great length in terms of how the towns, what the representation will be on the commission and what the process will be for approving the budget. And I know there are assurances that passage of the budget by the two-thirds majority would require at least one Yarmouth member to agree to the budget. I don't know if that's entirely true because of the quorum. The quorum requirement is for only 5 members to be present. So in theory, one Yarmouth member could show up and 2 members from Dennis and 2 from Harwich and passed the budget with over the objections of the single Yarmouth participant. So I'm not sure that the assurances about Yarmouth participation are really accurate. I think I had suggested that in the past, and then the committee has not elected to forward that Yarmouth be given the authority to either override or place an objection to the budget, since we have 55% of the cost responsibility, or that the process be proportional to the voting. I think there certainly are other options. However, I still am concerned that, given the quorum, which I didn't really spot until just a while ago, Yarmouth could certainly be overridden in the process by Dennis and Harwich agreeing in a 4/5 vote to move forward. So the other question that I have is with regard to capital costs. There's a lot of discussion about the budget process on the operating budget, but what about capital costs? What's the process for capital? And that's particularly important with what Mr. Stone just brought up about the capital costs having to do with reconstruction of the golf course and so forth. How will that be handled will that just simply be bonded based upon the decisions of the commissioners and then billed out to the communities? Or will there be a similar approval process to the operating budget?
I think when we were talking about the different budget processes, it was the annual operating budget and the 5-year look ahead, which would include any capital expenditures. So they're all being vetted through the same process, and capital costs would be paid based on the percent ownership of the flow capacity that a community has. I think the 55% referred to is your build-out flow puts you at 55%. But as we've discussed, when the commissioners go to build the first phase of the treatment plant, the first increment, they're going to ask each community, how much flow capacity do you want? As we presented when we were here last time, we took the first 4 phases of flow for each community, and it actually came out very similar to the ultimate 8-phase build-out flows. So we use the same percentages. There's nothing that says Yarmouth only wants to fund your first 2 phases of flow, and the others fund 4 phases, and that puts you at, I don't know what the number is, but I'll make 45. It up, say 40%.
It's 45%.
So it's going to change.
Mm-hmm.
And you may not be at that ultimate number.
And it's just a short answer to your question is, as Dave indicated, the 5-year capital plan is part of the annual budget approval process.
But when it goes to the bonding process, the commissioners decide on when to go to bonding and for how much, and then bill our town. I mean, regardless of what the capital plan is.
Well, if the capital plan is to do remember, the capital plan is only going to be, and I know you get this, but just for the public, we're not talking about the collection system here. The only thing that DHY does is the plant. So if we've got capital maintenance that needs to be done on the plant, That's what we're talking about.
Well,
whether the town of Yarmouth wants to build...
And the recharge facilities.
In the recharge facilities. If
Right.
the town of Yarmouth... We're not talking about the decision of does the town of Yarmouth want to do a Phase 2 collection system or a subsequent phase. All we're talking about is a 5-year capital plan on a treatment plant. So it's a smaller scope, smaller universe than, we kind of put it all together. But just to be clear, DHY is the plant. So the commissioners are recommending a budget on the operation of the plant and the 5-year capital plan on the plant. It gets through the annual budget process that requires the joint vote from the selectmen and the 2/3 vote of the commissioners.
Okay. Well, again, I would point out a flaw in the quorum requirements that could lead to Yarmouth having very little representation in the final approval of the budget and the capital plan.
Just if I could, John, just before, we did present those ideas to the group, the concern that we had there, and I think it would be fair to say that the 2 other proposed partners were not interested in having any other further relook. So we offered to address that with them at a future meeting when the 3 boards come together. So we did raise it. They're just not interested in hearing any more about that topic.
And just a couple of the, other than just not interested, there did some reasons presented, and the top two reasons, perhaps, and there's probably others. But first of all, we're not hosting the plant. It's in another community, 1. And number 2, we're generating, at build-out, 3.5 million gallons per day of flow, and only taking back on recharge 2 million gallons per day. So it's going to other communities. So it's not as easy as we're generating 55% of the flow. It's also where the facility is located and what are you taking back for recharges. Lots of other dynamics, and that's their position. Not to advocate for it one way or the other.
But we're simply talking about a budget, though, and the cost as a result of the budget. No, we're not talking about use of land and all those other things. I mean, those are great theories, but, make the analogy to our school system. We don't charge pilot on our school system. We've got a lot of land out of our tax base dedicated to schools that educate children from 2 of the 3 towns that are in the DHY. So, I just think those arguments should be put aside.
Well, playing devil's advocate, just because I've heard the other side of this, and the response is understanding what you're saying, but similar to the discussion earlier of our schools, you want to host a facility in your town and then not have it sufficiently maintained, and it doesn't have odor control.
I made a suggestion that simply whatever comes out of the three-town meeting of the select boards, that a 2/3 vote at that meeting be required, and that one of the towns has to be Yarmouth, so that we don't end up in a situation where 4 or 2 towns vote that have 45% of the cost, and by their 2/3 end up with Yarmouth eating whatever it is decided.
As our town administrator indicated, we did raise those, and that's basically their responses.
Yeah, I guess, just, again, a sort of a devil's advocate position of, under your scenario, Selectman Holcomb, of, say only 5 people were there for that 2/3 vote. Say 3 Yarmouth commissioners were there and 1 commissioner from each of the other 2. You only got to convince one of the other 2 for whatever the Yarmouth position is, and say you only own 40% of the treatment plant. So it goes both ways, and I think you'll find that if Yarmouth really was opposed to whatever was going on, that those 3 commissioners would show up for the meeting and make sure that they were there.
Well, I understand, Dave, but, we went through a lot of nitpicking from other communities, 2 other communities, on the wording of the budget process and how that approval was to occur. And I'm just bringing up another situation. And it seems to me that the concerns ought to be addressed. When our board responded to all those suggestions for change that were brought up and said, okay, We don't like it, but we'll go along with it.
Well, one possible alternative would be to have alternative commissioners to address your quorum concern. If it was imperative that there be 7 members present and the regular member couldn't attend, it could set up a system where the alternative person would represent the respective town. Just a thought.
Just to clarify things so I better understand it, the costs are being allocated by flow, right?
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make that clear. The costs are allocated by flow.
Well, there's also flow, but there's the other influencer on the cost is the real cost of utilities and chemical treatments that go on top of that. So
Those are costs that are easily defined, and those are shared based on flow, correct?
Well, let me clarify. When you say flow, it's flow capacity owned in the treatment plant.
Correct.
Right. The only portion that is based on how much flow you're sending there in a given year is the flow variable portion of the annual operating cost.
Yeah, I just think I hear what you're saying, Norm. I just think it's a different situation. These costs will be not that difficult to ascertain. It's not like, and I know we've just gotten through the whole Dennis Yarmouth school budget, but this is a very different situation. We're dealing with treating wastewater and basing the costs are relatively fixed, and we're dealing with the allocation of costs based on flow. That's what ultimately is what we're going to see in the budget. So I don't see how changing a quorum ultimately has a significant effect on changing a budget based on flows and how much each town uses the plant. I don't see how, to me, it just doesn't compute.
Well, I can tell you in the 6 years that the MFN budget has been in place that the change on an annual basis has really been based on wage increases for staff and then adjustments for, chemical costs, electricity costs, and those things. Other than that, there's almost no change to the budget on an annual basis.
Yeah, thank you. The other thing is that I think it's important to keep in mind, because like Tracy, I too had some concerns about the actual effluent, the discharge area, and how that's ultimately going to lay out. But the reality is that until we create this entity, we're not going to have anything close to a final design, because we'll need an entity to work with, because they're going to be the ones responsible for the design and the costs. And if we're looking for someone to share that cost, we have to create this entity so that we can negotiate with it and work with it. So we're only going to get so much clarity in terms of the effluent discharge. We may be able, it may be very simple engineering that here are your 2 or 3 options, but I think that's about as far as one can go, because until you create this entity, it's going to be this entity that carries through the final design and lays out the cost estimates and so forth, so that the town of Yarmouth can actually work with someone and actually negotiate with someone. So we're only going to be able to address those questions to a certain degree. And I think one of the questions we have to ask is, to what degree is that a problem?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And to John's point, I understand we have to take a leap of faith at some point in time, but when we don't have those answers before we're going into an agreement that we're going to tell the taxpayers are going to save us money.
So it may...
When we don't really know, I mean, we have an idea, but depending upon how all these things play out,
right.
What happens if that effluent recharge area, if we do it, ends up costing 3 times as much after we agree to the deal? Well, there goes our savings. Would we have been better off doing it ourselves?
Well, that's what the peer review is going to address.
Just don't forget that effluent recharge site is part of your plan if you're doing it on your own. You're using Buck Island Road and that site, both. So you're using that site one way or the other.
I'm saying there's a lot of details that need to be played out. There's a lot that can change. We really are, unfortunately, not going to have, we're going to have the peer review to some extent. But to Mark's point, when when they get into it and they start really answering the questions in the design, a lot's going to change. And so you have to have a little bit of faith, I guess, but at the same time, it's nerve-wracking because we have to do what's best for the taxpayers. And, you know, I'm a person who would like to see the whole thing done and know the answers and make sure you're making the right decision, but you just don't.
Can I add on to your point there, Tracy? I think there may be some value in us at least identifying from an engineering point of view what the options are, at least what we're looking at in some initial estimates of the costs. But the one thing I don't think we should be doing is doing the engineering design for a regional entity that, I mean, it's like,
yeah.
We want them to bear the financial burden of doing all the design work, the engineering work, the estimating. So to get back to John's point, the question is I guess maybe some of us are interested in that leap of faith being as short a leap, all right? And maybe you can actually step over it without it being that complicated. But this is a whole new world for us in terms of how we think this thing through. And I think we should discuss at a future meeting whether or not there's some value, at least in doing some initial estimating and a review of what those options are.
That's what the peer review, I think, will do to some
Is the peer review going to actually get into that?
No, they're reviewing costs that have been generated.
Yeah.
We have carried a cost allowance for that based on what we've carried for the other effluent recharge sites.
The question we're going to ask...
Building a leaching field.
The question we're going to get asked, Dave, is what are you doing to the golf course? What's it going to look like? What could happen? I think at the very least, if we're in a position where we can at least lay out what the options are, and that the entity would be the group. It's not like it's still the town's golf course, right? There's not going to be any effluent or any treatment plant without that getting designed and built. So there still has to be an agreement between this board and the regional treatment plant board that we appoint, all right, to get that all worked out. So it's not like we lose control.
Correct.
It's just that we're presenting to town meeting a very big decision with maybe some questions that we would prefer to have answered but may not be able to. And so the question is how much light can we shed on that, and then how much additional work might that cost? I'm assuming you've done some borings, you've done some engineering. There's probably a lot more that still has to be done.
And there's been some layouts done, again, that were presented to the golf committee as to where effluent recharge leach fields might be, but there were so many plans being evaluated in terms of new routing or stay with the existing plan or half and half, or that finally everybody said time out and wait for direction from the town as to which way you were headed.
Got it. So we're kind of on a hold right there.
So we're carrying a cost allowance for that based on the other effluent recharge sites, and that's where it sits.
I did recently, today as a matter of fact, ask the interim golf director to reconvene the GEC and warm up this conversation such that they have a recommendation for you at some point in the near future as to what, based on the options that were presented and how it eventually lays out, that what they would prefer to see at the site there at Bass River. So you'll at least within, I don't know, a few weeks, you'll have that in your hands.
Okay, so are they looking at options? Or
They were presented with a number of options, and Ted Deckel and I spoke about that a while back, but I said it's been such a long time since that presentation was done. I think the board is really looking for some guidance as it relates to what does the GEC feel should be the rebuild option, if you will. And from there, once you get that, you can make some decisions on things. I think ultimately what it comes down to is the clubhouse scenario. If I am correct, Dave, what I heard tonight, in no iteration of anything that needs to be done for recharge does the clubhouse have to be touched.
Correct.
Right. So if we're going to decide to do something different there with the clubhouse experience, sounding like that's going to be on the town.
I know one of the questions I had asked Dave before was about, and I know it wasn't in the MFN, but a cap on administrative costs. And I guess to Norm's point, we get handed a bill, and yes, it's approved, but is there any cap on pay increases? Is there any, so if everybody gets, the executive director gets a $200,000 raise, there's no, I know that's ridiculous, I know. But I'm just saying there's a lot of organizations that run, they have overall budget and a percentage of that should be allocated? Because, I mean, what's the incentive for them to cut anything and not just hand us the bill? What's the incentive for them to stay within and look really hard at their budget? I mean, pay increase is money.
It's their appointees. I mean, they're appointees. It's going to be the board.
Removed like that.
You get 3 conservative towns.
With or without cost, they can be removed.
Yeah, I mean, through the public vetting process, having to hold public hearings,
Unfortunately.
presenting to committees, being your representatives all there, I just can't see that happening.
Well, that works.
Well, that's, you know, unfortunately, we're a little, we've been through some.
The key, though, here, though, if I might, on that topic, because that has been part of the discussion, is this is appointed, these folks will be appointed by the board.
Exactly.
In
They're our
clear,
appointees.
not elected, appointed.
Right.
They come from a skill set that's been identified. They take their marching orders from the board because the board's the appointing authority, and if ultimately they don't perform to your satisfaction, they're subject to removal
Well,
for
I
no
just hope that the
cause.
3 towns generally have the same feeling in terms of making sure that we hold the line, obviously what needs to be done, but, you know,
I think that-
I just don't want somebody saying,
No, no, understood, but I think, you know, to your point, this isn't just unique to this board. I know in Dennis, this is a big topic, and that's exactly why the Finance Committee injected their point into this, and they've made it a point that a member of the Finance Committee has to be the commissioner.
Right.
And the other thing, too, to remember, this could only have one employee. The operation could more or less be contracted out, so it becomes almost a fixed cost that you're going to know from year to year what your contracted cost is to actually run the plant.
Right. I mean, from my point of view, that's the approach that I would want to see.
Right, you're not into pensions and
Contracting out.
and benefits and all
Right.
that.
No, we've there
So
are
you're
enough
just basically
examples.
paying your executive directors about it
Yeah.
for.
I think if you don't contract it out, you've got a problem. So that,
Well, you've got all the problems that have just been raised here. Yeah.
I understand exactly. Right. Well, yeah. So I don't think the remaining questions, I just hope that when we leave tonight, we know when we're going to take this up and vote on it, or at least try to, and then what the remaining questions and issues are. I know Norm raised the point. With all due respect, that's not reflective of where I'm coming from. I'm comfortable with the way in which the budget process is controlled. I think there's enough exposure, there's enough transparency, there's enough processes in place, more so than I think are necessary, but nonetheless are being done because the other towns are very conservative and just as concerned as we all are regarding controlling costs. So that's the reason why we ended up with the process that we did, is to make sure that there's enough of a spotlight, enough sunlight on that.
And shame on us if we don't show up for a vote that's that important also.
Exactly. I would agree. Yeah, I think as a board, we're going to want to appoint people that not only have the right engineering background, but also know something about costs and are in a very strong position to make sure that this is run right.
Just as a point of information, the MFN has none of that budget approval process in it. That's all been added for here for the transparency and listening to the 3 different communities. The MFN commissioners issue a budget out, get comments, and then they issue the final. So it's gone that extra level here to try to get that public input, transparency, and address the issues that have been raised.
good.
Rick, do you have any questions or comments?
No. Take enough.
I have a couple of other.
We got a couple more, Norm?
Yep.
How do you use my time?
Thanks, Eric. I'm probably going to forget one of them.
How much of your time did you yield?
Like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
You want 2 minutes for a $60 million project? Oh, okay. Gee. Let's see. First of all, I'm not sure that thinking that we will have an awful lot of control over the golf course development is a reality. Because what I could see as a scenario is we build the plant and build out our collection system And as we build out that collection system, we've got to put that stuff someplace. So we get to the point where the recharge facilities in Dennis are maxed out, and now they need to turn to Bass River, and we've got a lot of effluent that has to go over the river. And so what's our leverage at that point if we've got a huge amount of effluent going through the collection system and no place to discharge it? Our town is going to be put in a position of acquiescing to whatever requirements there are for the plant. I'm not saying that's the way it will fold out, but I'm not sure that the negotiability between the town of Yarmouth and the commission will be all that favorable to the town of Yarmouth at some future point in time, because we'll have a lot of effluent to be collected and sent to the plant, and it's got to go someplace once it gets there. I guess the whole question of capital cost and being built into the budget structure is, the approval process in the commissioners. It's probably not a non-starter, but I think that, again, we acquiesce to a lot of changes to the budget process, I just think that the scenarios, the possible scenarios that could result in Yarmouth's financial interest being minimized need to be avoided. I don't think it's right that our 55% cost share could be overridden by just the result of a quorum issue. So it's the last I'll say on it. It's a warning, and like I said, I don't think it's a deal breaker, but I just think that it would be some easy changes in wording would protect our town.
How would it work if you changed the quorum to 7, minimum quorum?
For budgetary processes, I think that's something that should seriously be considered. For the final budget vote, if 7 commissioners takes a budget vote. Now I'm talking about the final budget vote of all the commissioners.
We could approach the subgroup on the next meeting.
On the first part of that, Selectman Holcomb, I'm not sure I understood, but to just re-encapsulate for anyone watching at home or trying to follow the discussion, that build-out Town of Yarmouth is projected to generate 3.5 million gallons per day. Could that go up? Sure, it could go up. It could be less, perhaps, as well. Because hopefully the plan, the thinking is with the RAC that as technologies improve and we get down the road a bit, that we don't have to build out as much as that perhaps this sewer footprint gets reduced, so we could be less than 3.5 million. But that's our best estimate right now. If we don't do a regional approach, we've got to accommodate 3.5 million gallons per day within the town of Yarmouth, regardless. And we can accommodate that at Buck Island Road, and a combination of Buck Island Road and the Bass River Golf Course. So regardless of whether you do a regional approach or not, effluent recharge facilities will need to be built at Bass River Golf Course. It's just a matter of, is it near, sooner rather than later? And the Yarmouth-only option, it might be 15, 20 years down the road. But in any event, you've got to accommodate for your effluent, your wastewater that you're generating. It's exactly the problem the town of Barnstable has right now. However, just reiterate, on the regional approach, the 3.5 million gallons per day projected at build-out of wastewater from Yarmouth, Under the regional approach, we're taking less back. We're not recharging 3.5 million gallons per day. We're only recharging 2 million gallons per day. So we've actually improved that problem. Now, might you generate more wastewater in the 40 years in the future? I can't project anything further than what CDM's already projected on that. But
I guess I have one final question on the timing here. Because what I'm hearing is, we should wait until we have this feedback from this independent committee, which puts it down to the end of February. And excuse me. It's almost 2 months from now. And then we go to town meeting at the end of April. So we've got a 60-day window between February 27th and the end of April. And the 27th is the joint meeting. So our next select board meeting would be March 3rd. So would that get voted then or not? The final time frame for our board to vote on ATM articles would be March 17th. So I guess I'm concerned about the time frame here and how we're going to our select board can hold approval until after this February 27th meeting and still allow for community information to be distributed. I mean, without the select board having supported this agreement, the committee will not be able to send anything out to residents in town and to inform them. We'll have and the time frame will be shrunk down to a very short period of time. And I guess I'm concerned about that. So I guess I would turn back to our board and say, look, what stands in the way of our voting to approve the DHY agreement on a conceptual basis, recognizing that there may be some further tweaks in language and so forth, and allowing the wastewater advisory group to move ahead with that sort of approval, knowing that our board has supported the partnership. I mean, Rich has presented us with cost projections and funding projections. And I don't think we're going to get any more detailed than what has already been presented to us. I don't think we're going to get any better information between now and February 27th. And I don't think we'll have any better information on cost and funding on February 27th when the three boards meet. I think that trying to slow down this process at this stage is going to be detrimental to our ability to communicate to our residents and taxpayers about this whole proposal. And I think delaying it, we could do ourselves a big disservice. I guess I'm prepared to make a motion to support the DHY partnership, community partnership on a conceptual basis, recognizing that there will be some changes to the agreement in the future, and that at some point, if there were such monstrous changes that were, in our view, damaging to our community, we would have an opportunity to do something about it. But I think it's important that we move ahead, at least with conceptual support for the DHY partnership.
Well, I think my personal conceptual support would be based on potential savings in the numbers, and I just don't have that. I mean, in theory, everything being as it is today, yes, of course. But I don't know if we can say that yet. And I don't think I mean, they're moving forward. They've been moving forward. We're not standing in their way. We're supporting, I mean, we've said the same thing from the beginning, but I think we have to have those numbers. And I'm not even sure Harwich will be bringing this to their town meeting this year. So that's another facet that we may not want to rush into without knowing. Can I ask one question about
Certainly.
this? I guess just in terms of the amendment, it's in section 10. It says the amendment shall be adopted. So we're talking about any amendments to this agreement in the future. Subsequent ratification of the commission vote by all member towns, which is fine, and it says acting by a majority vote at an annual or special town meeting. I think that wording may need to be tightened a little bit in terms of either determining at the next annual or at a special that is agreed to by the majority of the commissioners, because a particular town could put that off if they're not in favor of the amendment. A town may not. It doesn't say when an annual. We've had this, and this is based on past history. So I think that specifying that it's at the next annual, if it's been brought forward, or at a special that's agreed upon by the commission, because otherwise a town may have something that is going to cost them more money or whatever, and they may choose an annual town meeting 3 years from now. This doesn't say it has to come at the next one.
You know, the problem with your concerns about costs and things, I think you're not going to have any great certainty until you do a lot of design money and maybe even get to a bid. So the point of the peer review is to hopefully reinforce what David's done or find if there is a flaw in it, and have a better level of confidence moving forward to those next level of design and engineering.
Exactly.
And again, bidding at some point.
I think we owe it to our people.
But we're not going to know that unless we spent a lot of money, I think, to get tight numbers. And again, as we all know about inflation, if you could do things right now and you're not ready to start work, you know how bidding goes. Nobody's going to hold a bid for any length of time.
But we'll have this peer review either before or at the time of the joint meeting, right?
That's the goal, yeah.
Yes, but
So if that's the concern, why can we not vote at that time when we see the peer review checks out?
Well, I was just going to add to Selectman Holcomb's point. You know, when Dennis voted for it, they voted for the version that was presented to them that night. Certainly, anything major change made to this would be brought back to them to re-endorse or not.
Right.
So you could link it to the date here as a conceptual, and any major changes made to this version obviously would come back to this board. As you did that when we were doing the special legislation, and we brought back a major change to you to endorse. So,
And you still have the opportunity to recommend or not recommend to town meeting as well. In the future.
You know, I think what I'm saying on this is that a lot of work has been done to present and document the cost savings of a partnership development. And that's what we have in front of us. Those are the numbers that we have today. If those changed, we would have the ability to say at town meeting, we don't support the agreement because the numbers changed. But to,
Are you suggesting, Norm, if the numbers in the peer review, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if the numbers in the peer review said, oh, no, this is, you're better off going it alone.
I get it.
Excuse me. I think what I'm trying to get at here is that a conceptual approval of this would allow the wastewater advisory group to move ahead with plans for presentations to the town and information to be presented and to educate as many people as possible, to make arrangements for distribution of material throughout the town, and for, personal discussions, perhaps on media or on radio or TV, whatever resources are available. But the more time we take away from that planning process for that communication, I think the more difficult it's going to be to adequately present all the material to our town residents.
The one thing I may be missing, Norm, is I don't know why a vote, the lack of a vote, until the joint meeting or until the peer review study comes in. Why would that be an impediment to them going ahead with all of those things?
Maybe the advisory group can talk about that.
Well, I think our committee feels there's a much greater level of confidence in what we say if we present it, that the Board of Selectmen has recommended what we're selling. If we go out, we can go out there and say what we have in front of us all, and if you change your mind or decide not to support this, it's going to have been a waste of time. So we are right now identifying different avenues of outreach, which include some of what has been said here tonight.
Eric, how do you feel about this?
I'm not prepared to make a vote tonight. I want, regardless of whether or not we could change our minds later, I just think there's too much outstanding that I want to know before I prefer not to have to change my mind. And I personally don't see any reason to do it tonight. I think that we often give, subcommittees and commissions directions without taking votes, and our votes come pending the result of their work. I mean, look at the first wastewater initiative. We didn't decide to support that until the town meeting floor. And it was still, a great effort by the committee that was charged with advocating for that, but ultimately it didn't pass, and we didn't make a decision on whether or not to support until the last minute. I mean, that's the way things work. I prefer to have more for the advocacy groups to do their work, for this board to have more information rather than less, and take the time that we need to put forward our support. Yeah.
I think terming the wastewater advisory committee as an advocacy group is incorrect. In fact and legally. They cannot advocate. They can inform. They cannot advocate. Part of what Kurt was just saying is the select board lending its weight to the recommendations is adding support without advocacy and helping to promote and distribute information about a plan with the knowledge that the board supports that.
I don't see
So
any
it's-
difference between support and advocacy, so, I mean, if you want to, it's semantics as far as I'm concerned. It's the same thing.
But I think a full-fledged vote would be much better served for everybody than to say, what we're going to do is, yeah, maybe. I would rather have that number, make the decision on the 27th or the next month and go with it
I won't be here for that.
whenever we get the information. I think then we can make a solid decision. And I think that will hold more weight than saying, well, okay, well, we support it, but it might change. I don't think that's a good position.
The joint meeting is the 27th. Right. This schedule says that we need to vote by May or June or July of 2020.
Well, no, I mean, we have to vote on
No, that's,
we have to vote on the DHY agreement before we bring it to town meeting and give them time. And I think February would do it. You'd have March and the majority of April.
No.
I mean, it's not ideal.
The building
but-
committee.
I just, I would feel differently if this were a Yarmouth initiative. The fact that we have partners is causing me to want to slow play this.
If I might, I'm not advocating, but I'm kind of sitting here, and I love history, and I wonder about 100 years ago when people in this town had to think about building a water system, electrification, the first mile of asphalt. All of those things probably were, to some degree, controversial. And, whenever you're at the fork in the road of what amounts to a systemic change, it's a weighty decision, but it's also an escalator. If you don't get on, you're never going to get up. You're going to watch the thing go by.
Don't get me wrong, John. My reluctance is not for the system, because I am very supportive of the system. I think that, I felt strongly in my opposition in 2008, but I also feel strongly now that, particularly with a partnership on the horizon, that we will probably never get another opportunity to do it like we have now. My reluctance is in the details, and I just think that I want to see more details ironed out before lending the weight of this board, as it has been referred to an agreement. My comfort level is with more information. I'm not balking at the project. I'm just balking. I'm hesitant to jump all in just yet. I just want to go a little bit further. I want to see, what our partners come with on the 27th. I'd like to see what the peer review comes up with. I'd like to see some more of these details, particularly, think about the golf course as one example. If it's X amount of dollars to simply put in the leaching system, it could be 2X to redesign the golf course as part of that project, if we are so inclined to do that. And it could be, another multiple of X if we want to consider doing the clubhouse over again. And, it comes back to a similar term as the school. What is your net reimbursable expense? And the net reimbursable for that big project could be a very small piece that we're going to get back from the other towns in terms of their share of the leaching system and the lost revenues. So, that's another potentially huge expense with very little reimbursable coming back in from as part of this particular project. But in my mind, that's a big deal. That's a big cost.
We're going to have that whether we do it ourselves or whether we do it with DHY.
I just wish I knew what it was. We don't even know what our intentions for the property are. As we sit here right now, we don't know if we'd redesign it. We don't know if we'd redo the clubhouse. At the bare minimum, we have to leach the gray water out under the fairways.
When are we going to be hearing from Golf Enterprise about that?
Probably, you'll have it in a couple weeks at the next scheduled meeting.
You know, I would think it'd be easy to identify the revenues from Bass River and add, and make sure that's part of the budget.
Yeah, the revenue piece is an easier thing to figure out based on the rounds of golf that go through there. The issue really, I think now, based on the fact that Dave clarified this, the issue, because he's going to have an estimate to drop the leaching fields in there and come up with the repair cost. The issue really, I think, for us is now outside the bounds is what do we want the clubhouse to be looking like, you know? And that's going to be a bit of a function associated with the course layout, because if GEC says they want X course layout, that may impact what the clubhouse looks like. So, but now we know that the clubhouse doesn't have to be done as part of this project, and our partners won't pay for it.
And, you know, I would be willing to bet that our partners have probably not considered making us whole for lost revenues.
I would guarantee that probably has not gotten to their radar screen.
So
yet.
what is going to happen when that comes up?
That's a good question.
You know, and the other consideration of that is one of the future recharge sites is one of the Dennis golf courses. So Dennis will be sitting in our shoes at some point too. So,
But none of us in this room, Kurt, are going to be around for that conversation.
But still.
I guarantee that.
And that's not a bad thing.
And what does Howard have at stake?
Well, they have the Cranberry Valley Golf Course that they
they're
could
gonna
share
use
facilities.
recharge.
But just to clarify your point, Selectman Tolley, if lost revenues is part of the cost to build that facility, that is a capital cost that DHY will take on, and that will be shared by the three towns.
But my point is, have the other two towns considered?
It's been brought up briefly at some of the subgroup meetings, but we have, as I said earlier, we haven't gone any further because we were waiting for direction from Yarmouth, so we haven't been able to generate costs beyond conceptual costs as we have done for the other recharge sites.
Conceptually, they need to understand that that is part of it. And, yeah, okay, well, is there a motion?
There was a motion by Norm. You still want to go forward with your motion? I'm suggesting it probably won't go anywhere, but.
Oh, there's no second, and there's no second.
Could you restate the motion?
Mark will second it.
Could you restate the motion?
My motion was to...
I got excited.
To approve the DHY partnership for the construction of the wastewater treatment system on a conceptual basis with the understanding and proviso that the Select Board will have additional opportunities to review and amend its vote, if necessary, based on changes that may occur in the agreement between now and town meeting.
You seconding that?
I'll second that.
Well, I think that this is going to go down a road that's not going to look good. But if that's what you want to do.
I'm not going to vote in favor of the motion, not because I don't conceptually support the regional wastewater treatment plant, but because of the reasons that Tracy has identified and Eric has identified. I think we should get as much information as possible. I think we should have the benefit of the peer review. I think people that are watching our actions, our taxpayers, would expect that of us, and rightfully so, I think. And if we're having a conditional vote that we can, undo at a later point in time. I just think it's a kind of a weak vote anyway, and it's not going to hold a lot of weight with people. I'd rather make one strong voice once we get the information in support of the, and I am in support of the concept of a regional wastewater treatment plant. But I think Eric and Tracy have persuaded me that we should have more information than we have now.
You know, I would propose an alternate motion, if now is the appropriate time, or when the appropriate time comes, to be supportive of the Water Resource Advisory Committee and their efforts, so that they know that they have the support of this board, whether or not our support comes in the form of a formal vote for the agreement or not. I would like you people to know that, you know, I won't speak for everybody, but I am on board for a wastewater plan. I'm just not prepared at this time to vote for a wastewater agreement. So anything that we could craft that would give them the confidence they need to know that they're not leaving here tonight and going out and wasting their time, I would be supportive of that.
I don't know how they would prepare for community presentations saying, well, we're not sure if we're going to have a treatment plant in Dennis or if it's going to be at Buck Island, because the select board hasn't decided that it will support a partnership. The ability of the committee to move forward and make preparations for community information sessions and education is dependent on this board taking action. And you know, we've spent a lot of time, and Rich has presented in-depth materials on projections of costs and funding, and I think has responded to whatever this board has asked in terms of coming up with a funding plan that will minimize or dramatically reduce any general fund impact. And what if the peer review says, well, there's not going to be any capital savings? That's all wrong. But the operational cost savings are correct. So then what are we going to say? You know, I just think we're fooling ourselves thinking that 2 months down the road we're going to have more information. I understand it's difficult. I understand it's very difficult to make a recommendation on a very substantial proposal here for probably one of the most significant projects this town is about to embark on. But it is so significant to the future health of this town and our ability to survive as a resort community that continual delays putting the committee that we asked to work on this in a difficult position in terms of communication with our taxpayers and residents, I think is very unfortunate.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Dan a question?
Sure.
Dan, currently with the information that we have, would you support this plan without the peer review, the way that it is now? It was my understanding that staff would be more comfortable.
There's only one right political answer to this
No,
question.
I mean, honestly, if he's comfortable with it, I want to know it.
I'd like to be able to give it a ringing endorsement, but I've been in this game long enough to know that I wouldn't count all my chickens until I know all the numbers, and I'd feel a lot better if we could just hold off a little bit. I personally, and Dave knows this, and the folks, I know there's a little bit of disappointment on this, but I've been one of the a few persons that I'm not really overly concerned if we make it by Springtown meeting, because now that we do an annual fall now, the only other community we got to get on board with the fall is Harwich, and I'm sensitive to struggles right now. I had a off-the-record conversation with a Harwich Board of Selectmen member the other day that gave me some pause a little bit, and I'm not necessarily sure that community's going to be ready in the springtime. And you know, and to John's point, very well taken. I like going back. I'm a big historian too, and these are big votes. But I'd rather do some more due diligence, get the vote right, get all our partners in line, and if it meant in the grand scheme of things a few more months, it's not killing anything at this point. I think in a lot of different ways, it would be a bit of a problem if we endorsed it tonight, something were to change dramatically in the next 2 months, and we got to come back off of that. You know, there's a lot of pressure. I know there was conversation the other day, well, would we be ready to take a vote at the 3-town? And I said to him, our team will not take a vote at the 3-town. Because I've been here long enough to know now you would not be comfortable being put in that position. So, you know, I think we're at a critical stage. I get it, but a few months of waiting, if it gets pushed off to the fall, this is the largest single vote in 3 generations this community will ever have to take. Just like getting a water utility. That's a huge vote. Nobody that comes after us will ever have to be in this position again with the magnitude of dollars we're talking about. So we should get it right. And you should all be comfortable, all of you, taking that vote so that you're in it together.
Gee, that wasn't a political answer at all. I was expecting you to say the people that put this decision in your wise and capable hands, who am I to question?
Now, you asked for my opinion. Mike, I've been down. I've taken huge votes before on spending a lot of the taxpayers' dollars, so I know what it's like to sit in your chair, and it's not something I envy. I certainly don't. I know what we've talked about a lot, and I've been through every meeting on this topic, and I've had a lot of uncomfort. Mark and I have shared this. Rich and I, we've had a lot of topical discussions on this. Dave and I have. We need to get it right. And if you're not all comfortable, and I think we've talked about how important it is to go to town meeting, that you're all good with a 5-0 vote. I feel a lot better about our chances getting it through town meeting at a 5-0 vote than a 4-1 or 3-2.
It won't be 5-0 because I won't be here for the most of March.
What about remote participation?
I don't know.
I might be able to hook into that. Yeah. So do we want to vote, or do we want to not vote on this? You want to press a vote on this? Norm, it's your motion.
That's your decision.
No, it's yours. If you insist on a vote, you'll get a vote. If you want to withdraw the motion, you can do that. If I were you, I think the better course would be to withdraw it.
And if you're willing to withdraw it, I'm willing to withdraw the second. I'm listening to what our town administrator is saying. I'm listening very candidly to the questions that Eric has raised, as well as Tracy. I do, however, think that we need to be very specific in what additional information we need to get on the table and to give direction to our engineers and others in terms of what additional information do we need to know, because it's turning into a guessing game. Every time I come to this meeting, we've had this agreement in front of us for over a year, and we can't figure out where we stand on this. I mean, it's really getting long and exasperating. And I don't mean to be angry at my board members. It's just, let's put it this way, there's a level of frustration here. Because we have been working at this for a long time. A lot of people have spent an enormous amount of time. So if we're going to withdraw this, I ask everyone, with respect, that we be ultimately clear in terms of the additional information that we want so we can be more comfortable in actually making a decision, so that we all know that we have enough information to make a decision. We've got to do that at the very least, because I don't want this is a guessing game that keeps going on. We've got to end it and end it soon. Now, I agree with you, Tracy, that I would like to know more information, engineering and preliminary costs, and options with respect to the discharge. We need, let me just finish. I think we need to know that. We're going to get asked that question. We should try to get some, at least initial information on that. That's important. We obviously need to know more about the peer review and the estimates that are there. I think there are data sources. That's information that would be useful. I would like to have that information before us. But after that, I don't know what else it is we need to know to make a decision. So I put that out there. I'm willing to withdraw it, but I would like to know what other information do we need to pull together so that we can make an informed decision. Obviously, the Dennis Board of Selectmen, they did not have too much. They had enough information. So I think we owe it to our own team to give them guidance on what more they need to present to us and pull together for us so we can make a decision. That's where I'm at on this.
I agree with you with respect to those two items you identified. I don't have the answer to the third question, but with all due respect, I'm not going to take guidance from the Dennis Board of Selectmen or the Harwich Board of Selectmen. I speak for the people of the town of Yarmouth, not the town of Dennis, not the town of Harwich.
I'm not asking anyone to. What I'm saying is I think we need to be specific on what additional data gaps we need to plug.
I agree. I agree with that.
That's all. Let's be clear.
My remaining specific hesitation at this time comes down to the costs difference between a Yarmouth-only project and a DHY project. And I want to be sure before we enter into an agreement with two other communities that the savings.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I would also like to know.
I wasn't finished. I was
Sorry,
waiting for
go
Tom
ahead.
to be done. That the savings is what we say it's going to be, because I don't want to enter into it saying we're going to save 10%, and there's no savings, and now we're stuck in a partnership that we could have been better off and better served doing it ourselves. That's my sole concern. So however I get that information and comfortable with the numbers, I just don't think that, from my conversations with
Pass that down
staff,
for the next item.
I'm not sure that they're comfortable either. So however we get it, we'll get it. And I understand things change. But to the point where we have to, like Dan said, this is the largest dollar amount we're going to be going to town meeting to ask for. And if I can't sit there and say wholeheartedly, I know that this is a savings at this amount of money to this town and it's so worth doing this partnership, that if I can't stand there and do it, I can't, I'm just not there. I need to be there.
I don't know how you're going to get there, Tracy.
I'll get there when I see the numbers.
Well, we've seen all the numbers.
We
believe me,
haven't.
Dave has presented the numbers multiple times to us, showing the projected costs between doing it on our own and doing it through the DHY partnership. We're not going to get much more refined, and I know it's difficult making a huge financial decision, maybe with not all the information, but we're never going to have it. And, so, I think it does come down to, do you support doing a wastewater plant or not?
I support doing a wastewater plant.
Okay.
Have you paid attention to what happened in Harwich with their contracts and how far over their numbers are?
And what difference is that going to make
It
to
has
us?
a big difference, because they sold this much to their town, and they're in an awful predicament right now, because they're gonna be able to provide this much. Now, if they had perhaps done a peer review, they would have different numbers, maybe, maybe not, maybe they'd be the same. No disrespect to Dave, we don't know. I want to know that before, I don't want to have that same thing happen to us.
And what will happen if there's another $10 million in the project?
Well, it depends upon where it is. Is that something that's going to cost us $10 million if we did it alone?
Let's say it's going to cost $10 million for both situations, $10 million
Then that's a
more.
moot point. I want to know the difference between our individual
So then your
plan.
answer would be, I would favor the DHY partnership, in spite of the fact that it would cost $10 million in both situations, more than what we know today.
But Norman, your argument is to say that we should just support it regardless of what the costs might be, because if it would be whether the cost is here or there, it's still going to be a cost. So who cares?
No.
That's what
I'm
you
not.
just,
No,
that's
I'm not.
essentially what
No, I'm
you
not.
just said.
We have had substantial presentations multiple times on this, and spreadsheets upon spreadsheets of cost savings presented on this. And I guess, if you're uncomfortable, you're uncomfortable. And I'm not going to change that. But I think the point that Mark made about being specific about what you're uncomfortable about, and get down to what do I need to know specifically in order to move this forward is really important.
Well, me personally, in addition to the things that we have heard so far, I need to know what the outcome of the last discussion we had with the Community Preservation Committee is. When we last left that topic, we had decided on a 0.5% as a result of a $100,000 exemption, plus we were going to try to recoup another 0.5% by some tax increase. Is that correct? And I got to thinking after the meeting that it doesn't work like we thought it was going to work, but I could be wrong.
I'll summarize that if the board would like. But that, just to be clear, though, that is on the funding side of things. It doesn't impact costs. But to summarize your question,
well, we can't pay for it. We don't have the funds for it.
As I recall, the board considering the topic, the consideration that I heard was adopting a $100,000 exemption on the CPA surcharge, which would save $500,000 on the tax levy.
Yes.
That's one vote.
Yes.
That's a town meeting vote. That's a ballot vote. And then also another different town meeting and ballot vote being adopting a 1% water infrastructure investment fund, which would add $630,000 to the overall tax levy. So not quite one for one, but pretty darn close. And that was where I recall the board leaving that consideration.
What was the discussion we had about making it a fraction of a percent to get things to balance in order to get to the number, the target number we were trying to
Remember that
get
discussion? I could calculate that, sure. So instead of a 1%, maybe it's a 0.85.
I had asked that question at the end because there was some resistance to having any overage between the two sums, and I think you said at the time that it would equate to somewhere around 0.8%.
So, number one, is the Community Preservation Committee agreeable to that scenario? And number two, is this board agreeable to putting that levy increase in front of town meeting voters to make up the balance of what we thought was going to be a shift of 1% and change, or 1.5% from the Community Preservation Committee, are we prepared, is this board prepared to put that in front of the town meeting voters to have things balance out?
And it would be a net increase of about 130,000 on the levy.
No.
That would be yeah.
No, I think what Selectman Tully is saying, just to use an easy number, if you did the 1% with, that wasn't what the Water Resource Advisory Committee said it needed to pay for the plan. It said it needed 1.5. So he's saying you're still short. Okay. And the response to that is, yes, you would be if everything else fell into place. But remember, this is the pre-funding phase. So you're short on what you're pre-funding. So if you were elected to do something like that, you would do that with the realization that in 5 or 6 years, when you have to start paying the bill, if all the other elements of this plan, which are all planning estimates anyway, come in as projected, you're going to be short that 0.5%, and yet in 5 or 6 years from now, you would have to take another step of maybe reducing the CPA at that point and increasing the WIF at that point. It would be a two-step process.
So again, that's funding, but in my mind, that's an outstanding item. This board's commitment, given its past position on no tax increases to support to fund this project, is this board now going to be supportive of the 1%?
I think there are other funding issues, Eric. I think that's a broad policy discussion that we need to have. There's currently in the free cash recommendations $500,000 of free cash devoted to funding, and that is a tax increase. You can call it what you want, but it's a tax increase. And this board has not made a policy decision on that. So it's not just $130,000. There are a host of issues that were discussed in the budget presentation that require policy action on the part of this board.
And we haven't, at least from my perspective, we haven't taken a firm stance on any of them.
Right.
No, we have not.
So, all right, so we're going to vote for a project that we really don't know how we're going to fund. Again, in my mind, the outstanding items on the agreement, well, let me say, the outstanding items that we have to deal with policy on are equally as important as if not more important than the outstanding items in the agreement. Because if we don't have the money, if we can't raise the revenues, we can't pay for the project. And right now, we don't know how, or we're not clear on how we are going to raise the revenues.
I'm not going to insult the board. I withdraw the motion.
You withdraw the second, Mark?
I will withdraw the second.
All right, the motion's withdrawn.
All I would ask is there anything else that needs to be presented to our consultants and the Water Resources Committee in terms of data gaps, information that we need to work on collectively?
No,
Is that it?
I personally look forward to our joint meeting with the other towns to see what they have left lingering as well to discuss, because I think that could be important. But last time we met, we didn't, and to all due respect to you, Mark, I know you've been looking at that document for a year, but we haven't. So I know it seems frustrating.
We've all had it, Tracy. We've all had it for over a year.
Well,
there's been different iterations of it.
It's because we have the feedback, we take it back.
You've been intricately involved going to all the meetings, and some of us sitting here haven't had that opportunity. So I feel your frustration, and I'm thankful for you to do that, but we will move forward.
The other issue that was raised tonight was one that Norm brought up in terms of the final vote on the budget, whether you're going to have a 5-member quorum or a 7-member quorum to avoid a situation where Yarmouth could actually be outvoted. I think that's important.
I do too. I think the committee will take that forward.
So is it my understanding you want to have that discussion about that particular proposal at the board member meeting? Is that it? Are you going to be able to be there, Norm, to present?
I will be at that meeting.
Okay.
But I will not be available. I leave on the 28th for 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah. I don't necessarily support your proposal, but I support the idea of having a discussion with the other towns on it. And I think before the meeting, we should think through at least the pros and cons. You know, I'm always mindful of the adage, be careful what you ask for. I mean, there may be another aspect to this that we haven't thought about that could be somewhat counterproductive to the town of Yarmouth.
Well, we certainly won't spring it on our partners that night for the first time either.
not
So
at all.
we'll make sure they have plenty of advance notice.
Just bring it up in the course of your regular week.
Yeah, that's what we will, yeah.
There's a subgroup meeting prior to that.
Yeah. And we'll report back that feedback to you before that time.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Can I make one final comment?
You can.
All right. I would really like to see us go to spring town meeting with this. I don't want to wait till fall. I think if we keep starting and stopping with this thing, it's going to be another problem. It's making it very difficult for our outreach efforts. I think once we get people's attention, you can only hold it for so long. So if your vote is in March and it's only 4 because Norman's not here, maybe we move forward with that. We know how Norman feels. We can work with that, I guess. But I would like to. And the other thing too, I think, whether we, as a town, agree to DHY or not, there are still issues sewer related that should be dealt with at this spring town meeting also.
Okay.
So basically, of the articles that we've identified potentially, really only one of them pertains to DHY right now. So.
And even if we take a vote when Norm's not here, we can re-vote when he comes back.
And we can certainly read whatever record information Norm would like to have available at that night, so.
And like I said, when we go to DHY, I think we can at least bring up those concerns and see if
you got
there's
that one.
any appetite to talk about them at that level. If not, bring them to the 3-town selectmen meeting.
Oh, I see. They have us. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next item.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there's a,
Not it. You're talking about this item that's under
communication that's under for board and commission actions, and Mr. Forrest has the info on that.
Okay, thank you. The school committee is asking us to appoint a representative from our board to serve on the building committee.
We already had
For the new school.
members.
Well, yeah, so they recharged the committee with a new, I guess, a more appropriate charge associated with constructing the building. So they wanted to go on record, and according to them, they have to generate a new vote to appoint a delegate. So I have to do the same address to Finance Committee tomorrow night as well.
So
we're looking for a nomination.
We have one member from this board?
Yeah, so you have one member. I was a member as part of the normal MSBA requirement for executive.
So will you continue to be a
I will
member?
continue to be a member, that's correct.
In addition, they want
Yep.
somebody from this board?
From this board, and FinCom
FinCom.
sent 2 last time.
So one from this board, 2 from FinCom?
Yeah.
So who will appoint the FinCom people?
I will bring it up to them tomorrow night. I'm going
Will they do their own appointments?
Yeah, I'm going to presume that.
It doesn't say that.
Well, it's an appointment, I mean, it's the school district, the school committee that needs to sort of assemble and organize this committee. So what we'll be doing is presenting names. Our nominations, and so they'll present theirs, and we should present ours.
And this is for purposes of finalizing the
design of
and cost, keeping the
correct
project within the voted upon budget.
Yeah, the names get submitted to MSBA for sign off on that, and you got to have that done before
All
you
right.
activate it.
So
you got it now?
I got it, I think, yeah. I'm just So Dan is definitely going to be in.
Yes.
We need so tonight, all we got to do is resolve the one selectman. Okay, who wants to do it and who's going to be available to do it? And when's the scope of this work?
There is some information I sent to you about the proposed meeting schedule. The first one is scheduled for next, I believe it's the Thursday, the 16th. And I'm going to assume that they're going to keep a similar schedule that they had as it relates from the first group. So there's going to be, particularly now at this phase, some degree of regularity to the meetings.
How frequently do you anticipate these meetings?
Probably maybe once every other week or every third week.
It's on page 2.
It's on page 2.
One meeting per month.
One
and
per
then
month
meetings as
during
required.
design.
But I'd go with what Dan has just said. It
Well,
would
there's-
surprise me as the design phase accelerates. There'll be more frequent.
There may be subgroups that are going to need to be met that they'll ask to participate on, so.
So are there any nominations?
Nobody wants to join me? No. I would anticipate, because I know Norm went through this with me the last time.
Eric, are
At
you
this
interested?
level, it goes a lot faster.
I'm already on the tech and the DPW building committees. I'd prefer not to be on a third.
Weren't you on one of the original committees, though, Eric, on this
you're going to be
project?
going away.
I lasted about 2 weeks before my ideas were not appreciated.
Oh.
You know, I was on the
That was the
committee.
feasibility study committee.
Got it.
I was on the committee previously, and I choose not to. I was, very frankly, every time I spoke, I got comments from various people that were ageism based. And I was insulted by that. And it was committee members and parents. So I think somebody else should participate. I don't have a good feeling about the committee.
Well, my hesitation is that I'm afraid that my work may be participating in some type of bid with this, and I don't want it to appear to be a conflict. So I wouldn't be able to vote on anything if I was there.
Okay.
So.
Does it have to be a board member?
what it
Or can be
says.
a designee?
Want to share it with me?
I'm kind of like,
I mean, I can, but it depends upon how it plays out. I may not be able to do it. I can start. But
yeah,
if
so to your point, though, the way this works is if we were to nominate you and start you, that's good. If you have to step off, then we have to nominate somebody else, send it to Boston, and as soon as Boston says okay, then we can.
So it could be a delay.
Why couldn't we?
I don't think it'll be a delay. They just want to. It comes rather rapidly. We just have to make sure on record up in Boston the actual names of the committee members are present.
Didn't it say we could have an alternate?
No, I don't think they're going to allow it this time. The information that I read here suggested it has to be one of us, and there is no
May
alternate.
be appointed by the school committee. If a member cannot attend, he or she may not send an alternate to vote in his place.
There you go.
I'd be I mean, I would share the duty with Tracy, so whether or not one is the appointee and one is the alternate, if we're so inclined to appoint an alternate or put forward, apparently we don't make the appointment anyway. We're just putting forward a name.
Yeah, it'll be a
appointment.
Well, I mean, it's essentially
a school committee.
The school committee assembles the names based on outline from MSBA of requirements of who's got to be on it. Goes to
Okay.
Boston, and that's it. But what I would say, though,
Can we
won't.
name an alternate?
Well, I wouldn't even get into that. We won't get to a conflict with situation on bidding for quite some time because we're way away from that.
I just don't want
concept.
an appearance of that at all.
No, I know,
So-
that's a problem.
Would you have a
You have that
conflict?
overriding provision in the conflict law that you must avoid the mere appearance of a conflict, and that's where everybody gets caught.
I know, but if she did a disclosure,
Yeah, you can disclose
she can disclose, and at this early stage of the design that they're working on, it's not even close to being bid yet.
Well, it does, yeah.
I mean, the company that you work for wouldn't even be in consideration until it goes out to bid.
No, but I just don't want it to appear as if there was some setup that you know what I mean? I would like to avoid that, because they're doing 2 schools right now, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that they would be involved, so.
Sure, Eric.
Sorry, Eric. You really are the man for the job.
I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal, Eric. If you'll do it, and then you can't do it and you have a conflict, I'll be your backup.
What else you got you want to get off your plate?
I'm already spread too thin.
I know, you're really good at that stuff, though.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay, Eric, I nominate Eric.
3 building committees, wow.
All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Unanimous.
You can etch your name off the nameplates.
Plaques and plaques and more plaques.
All right, that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, release of previously approved executive session meetings for March 5, 19, March 26, April 1, April 9, July 16, July 30, redacted, August 13, August 27, September 10, and October 28, all of 2019, and regular meetings minutes of August 13, 2019.
I got to ask what the criteria for the redaction. I've
Yeah,
never
so-
seen them released with.
Yeah, well, because the way in which they were assembled, there was, in a couple of cases, there was 2 different cases that were talked about at the same meeting, so the redaction comes from that record. So because that other issue has not been resolved yet, that was on those.
So those will be released at a different time?
Once town council says that the issues that involve those particular topics,
Okay.
they'll be in front of you for release, correct?
Thank you.
Yep. And this, by the way, is keeping with your request that, because they've already been approved but held, so before we actually have to release them, you wanted to see this vote one more time, so.
I'll move everything.
Eric moves all of those previously identified minutes.
Exactly.
We have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Next item is agenda review.
Yeah, on the forward agenda, on the futures agenda, this version doesn't show all of the dates in which the department heads will be to you. That will finish off. It's been drafted. It'll be available. I'll send it out to you by email probably on Thursday. But, because we're in the budget process, every department that you want to see, it's typically the big ones, and it's most of them when you get down to the bottom of it, they'll be in front of you for specific presentations. This is the moment in time in which, when you generate questions, if you give them to me, which we have a dialogue on, they will be able to answer those very specific questions you have at that time. And I know there's a number of policy or other questions associated with the budget. As each one of those topics comes up that's affected by those, we'll walk you through in more detail. I have another document that'll be sent to you shortly that'll help give you some background. But everything will be laid out like it has been in the past. I'll get it to you later this week, though. Wasn't ready for tonight's publication.
Okay, so we have executive session for that night.
Yeah, so next Thursday, executive session, Jay will be here. That's his office hours.
Thursday?
No,
You mean
excuse
the
me,
28th, right?
Tuesday the 28th, correct. So there'll be the issue of the lawsuit headline that was out there recently.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we need to address you for outlines for police negotiations. We've been requested by both unions representing the police to begin the negotiating process, so I wanted to brief you on some where we left off the last time and what your parameters are for this upcoming session.
All right, now we have the second hearing on the boat trailer parking fees, a new junk dealer's license, cemetery policy for vendors, Mattakey's Building and Reuse Committee, Close the
That'll
20
be, if I will, Mr. Chairman, that'll be moved off. We're not quite ready to
That's not
go down that
gonna
road.
go?
Yeah,
Okay.
not ready to
It's
go.
off.
How are all those items going to get in there and then
Well,
discuss?
Matakees is just off.
No, but I mean, and discuss budgets.
Oh, no, the budget hearings will occur through the month of February. The individual budget appearances by the department heads will occur through the month of January, February, well, whatever that is on that
It'll be
date there, but
February,
February,
yeah.
March, like we've done in the past.
Close the 2020 warrant. Town administrator review, yeah, we got to do that.
Don't forget to send us those, if you could have Linda send us the form, the evaluation
Yes,
paperwork.
yeah, that'll, we'll get that out to you quickly.
We don't seem to have much on for the 11th.
No, but that's been filled up with the form that I'll send to you on Thursday. That'll be taken up with, I believe, YPD, YFD, and perhaps DPW will be the first department you'll hear from.
Yeah, I know Norm had some budget concerns that he wanted to
Yeah, we're working on that.
follow up on. That's in process now, I guess.
That's correct.
So,
Norm, what dates are you not going to be here?
are you going to be here February 25th?
Let me just look at my calendar.
11th.
Okay. I leave on the 29th of February.
Okay, so you're here for the 28th meeting.
Yeah. And,
Leap year?
excuse me?
Leap year?
No,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
But it's February.
That's the day. And I'll be gone straight through the 14th. I'll be back for 2 days, but I don't think, we don't have a meeting on March 15th or 16th. And I'll be gone from the 17th through the 24th.
So you've gone the 28th through what date, Norm? Give me that again.
28th through the 14th.
Should have 14.
Right.
And then what?
17th through the 24th.
And then Feb 17th to Feb 24. So in terms of meetings, 28th.
Yeah, I'll miss the March meetings that are on the calendar at this stage.
Living La Vida Loca. I said, living La Vida Loca.
So, let's see, 14th, 17th.
It's 10:45, Mike.
No,
I don't mean to be rude, but
All right, done with agenda review, just what I was going to say. Let's check it off.
it's checked.
Individual items. Mark?
Nope, nothing.
Norm?
No.
Tracy?
No, thank you.
Eric?
Nothing, thank you.
All right, I have one item I'd like to bring up, sadly enough. Jim Hoare's daughter, Kristen, who had been battling cancer for the last 5 years. She's a young woman who's married with a 4.5-year-old child. Passed away the Saturday prior to Christmas after a 5-year battle with cancer. And she had actually been cancer-free for 2 years, and then apparently at some point in time had a relapse. She lived in Stoneham, Massachusetts. They had the funeral services that wake up there the Sunday before New Year's. I attended that. And it was, for people that don't know Jim, he was a teacher at DY and a track coach for many years, so probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 40-plus years. and had mentored literally generations of young athletes over this time. And what I was pleased to see was a tremendous outpouring of support from his former students and track athletes. They came from everywhere, and generation upon generation upon generation of young people, which was a wonderful tribute to his daughter and to him and his wife, Diane, and his other daughter, Megan. She left a little boy behind, I think a 4.5-year-old son, Aiden. And there is a college fund for him on Facebook that's set up if anybody wants to donate to that. But there is going to be other activities down here on the Cape, either in the spring or early summer, to raise awareness for cancer and to raise money to fight this terrible disease. But there wasn't anything in the paper because she was living in the Stoneham area, but there was a lot of notices on Facebook if anybody saw him. So I would like to extend our condolences to Coach Hoare and his family, and to his daughter Kristen's family for their terrible loss, especially at the time of year just before Christmas. That's all I have. Let's see. Consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there's 3 particular sets of different donations on the consent agenda. If I could have a motion.
So moved.
Approved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Town administrator updates.
No, that's it for tonight.
Okay, nothing else. We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.